Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, August the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Excellent. Somebody in YouTube, do the same thing for me, please. All right, guys. We've got a few movers as always this morning. Some of these low floaters, ALLR on the move. Another little gap up. Fast track, FDA fast track designation for their drug. So that is the reason for that one. 15 million in the float. So thank you, Ozzy, in our YouTube room. So that is the reason for ALLR. And let's take a look at it on a week. Well, I see the weekly chart. How about a monthly chart? Where could this go? Oh, that's right. This is one of those ones that back this out a bit. So the next high is around 2 and then 226. So there could obviously, if you can get through 226, then your next high in a monthly chart is way up here at 535. So ALLR certainly one to keep an eye on if it can get through 2 in a big way. I mean, I know it's already up 97%, but with that news, once this market opens, anything could happen. IVVD. This is just yeah, well, it's just sneaking over a dollar again. I don't see any news on it. SATs, yeah, SATs, big news. AT&T to buy spectrum licensing from EchoStar for how much? 23 billion. 23 billion in cash from EchoStar. Wow. I'm going to say like that's, with 119 million in the float to be up 81%, but that is unbelievable news for SATs, obviously. SAT. Sorry, SATS. Lots of shares available for me to short if I want to, almost a million at Interactive Broker. So definitely have to keep an eye on this one. I believe it's going to just keep soaring on this. Wow. 147, 147, 15. That's the deal. And it's only at 54. So that's what you're saying, William, right? Quick question well, I'll answer quickly, JK. So when I look at a daily chart and I don't see anything looking left, I'm always looking at a daily chart because most of the things I look at are near the high of the day. So what I want to do is I want to find out where is the next high on the daily chart. The next high. I can't see it on the daily, then I switch to my weekly. Notice I cannot see it on my weekly. And so then I'll take a quick look at the monthly. And this is possible this is a lifetime high, not quite. So I back it out a bit. I mean, if I can't see it really quickly, then I don't really care. But that sort of resistance, if it's 4 or 5 years ago, probably don't think the resistance is a big deal. But what I do with the ALLR as an example, the same sort of thing. I look left on the daily, I can't see anything. Look left on the weekly, can't see anything. So that's when I went to that monthly chart to try to see where is that next high in the monthly chart. Where could it keep going before it hits some kind of resistance? That's the quick answer. Pack. So that Renpack share surge. I know Monica, I think, put this in before. After packaging maker expands their Walmart, Walmart deal using AI. Okay, so that is Pack, and 41.93 is the float for 41 million shares. Next high looking left on the weekly is around 626. So that was yesterday, that Pete's Coffee deal, right? So the KDP hit hard. Is that what you mean? KDP got hit hard, and it's still Still not happy. I mean, it's not down much. It's only down 12 cents from yesterday's close, but my charts, or are you talking about my scans? 14 in our YouTube room. SER, SER, SER. Don't see the reason. I was going to say it's trading higher. Oh, okay, FDA. Okay, so FDA provided positive feedback. Okay, so there was some news on it. Okay, so that's SER. FDA. So when you say what about the Pete Steele, what do you exactly mean? You know, that was yesterday, and so Pete's or KDP buying Pete's, and then what they I think ultimately what they want to do is spin off their. I don't know when they acquired Dr. Pepper, but they want to spin it off. Well, I can give you this one, and then it's hard for me to do it right now, but I can give you this one. Okay, 14, and then you all you have to do. Okay, then all you have to do is duplicate it a few times, and then you can change the time frame. I mean, this is my daily, 15 and a weekly. I mean, that's it's up to you, of course, to determine what time frames you want. OPAD might be a continuation, guys. Now, the only issue is that it had a pretty big pullback yesterday. It was a great play most of the day. Got up to $5, pullback, got down to 365, but it is now up 20% from yesterday's close. Now, are you talking about if you're talking about my charts because I'm using a bar chart? I'll show you how you can do that. But it has to be a little bit later, okay? Talking to 14 in our YouTube room. Summit, SMMT, guys, SMMT. Big pop here now. So on the daily chart, the next high looks like around 29.39. So there is a little bit of room, but it's forward to the next high. Now understand when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying, well, it could keep going until it hits any form of resistance until then. I'm not saying it's going to get there. It could stop right now and move down. See if there's any news on Summit. I do not see any news on Summit right now. And yesterday, UBS had let's see, coverage with a buy and a target of 30, so it's almost there. I don't see any specific news today for Summit, SMMT. Something out there, I just don't know it. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, Psalm. Yeah, it was yesterday's news. All right, last time I saw AIFF, it was right up here at 372, so it's a pretty big pullback. There is some news, and that's the launch of its AI-powered Clear program. So there was some news, AI news on this one. Yeah, Tillery's still alive, guys. TLRY. Look at that float, 1 billion in the float. With the hopes that against eventually in your country, cannabis will be legal everywhere. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's not that. You're just trying to get it out of whatever your category is, lumping it in with heroin, etc. It's not a matter of being legal. It's just a matter of taking it out of the heroin category, etc. Category one. Okay, thank you. So here's an earnings play, guys. This is not AT&T. I've made that mistake before. It's AT&T. This is Tour Lifestyle Holdings. This is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays out there. China earnings play. Next high looking left on that weekly chart is around 37.60. So it's pretty close actually. And this is 2.4 million shares available for me to short. What a 1 minute chart for Intel is doing. I don't look at 1 minute charts, but let's see what you're looking at. I mean, this, I mean, it's, yeah, I don't know if it's indecision. Is that what you mean, like a tight range of 2 cents? We call this the barcode, the barcode chart. I mean, just nothing happening. That's all. I mean, I couldn't tell you why somebody's buying it, selling at 252 and buying it 24.40 or 24.50. Obviously, a lot of news out there on Intel, so I can't tell you specifically why this is happening. I wouldn't look at a 1 minute chart, that's for sure. All I can tell you is right now, trying to hold the VWAP. Wow, Summit took out that high that I was looking at right there. So now your next high is way up here, 31 for SMMT. I don't see any news on it for today. I mean, I saw some news on it yesterday. Price target with a 40 or a price target of 40 by JMP Securities. That was yesterday though. So maybe it's a bit of a delayed reaction because there really wasn't that much reaction yesterday on the daily chart. Big explosion today though. And this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow, it's got to be something else today, no? $31 approximately the next high. So there's still $2 in the next high on the daily chart. That was that weekly high. Now, somehow it takes that out. Look left, $36 is the next high on the weekly chart. It's already up. Well, it's only up 11%. Pretty big float, 116 million in the float. It was hard to trade right now with that float, that spread, 30, 30, 70. Okay, market was down. Now, did XLE go back down below that 200-day moving average? Did the market drop yesterday? Not quite. Not quite. Actually, it closed. It closed up here. So into almost into the 200-day moving average, that green line, but rebounded and that actually closed higher than the day before. Then I'll look at healthcare. Ah, see there's a little glimpse of that 200-day moving average. So you're getting closer and closer, but after yesterday, probably a lot of healthcare stocks in the Dow. Or the SPY. I mean, so both of those were down. So that's XLV teased us, almost got into that 200-day moving average. Ah, interesting. Thank you for that, William. So Interactive Brokers, whoops, IBKR. It's a big deal, replacing not Walmart, excuse me, not Walmart, Walgreens on Thursday. So today's Tuesday, so in a couple of days, this will be added to the 200-day moving S&P 500. So what is Walgreens doing now? I mean, I know they're other than sinking, and a lot of shorts available at Walgreens at 21 million at Interactive Brokers. Who is replacing you? Holo. Was that you that posted something about Holo, Monica? Holo, HOLO. 568 is the next high. This is an earning. Well, no, it's not an earnings play. This is sort of guiding another China stock. It's been taken private. Okay. Thank you. I thought there was something more to it than that. Walgreens has been taken private. Now, coming from a Canadian, was Walgreens ever part of Walmart? Was it a spin-off or something? Yeah, probably not, right? But I've always thought of somehow they were joined or they had some kind of a link. No, never. Okay, we don't have them in Canada, so here's another earnings play, guys. City Trends, CTRN. This is another earnings play. Not a ton of volume yet, only 6,000 shares, but I'm sure it'll pick up once the market opens at 9:30. Guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. This is I don't know if I mentioned this one, but this is also an earnings play, guys. SMTC is also an earnings play. Semtech, I don't think I did mention this one. So Semtech, SMTC, this is also an earnings play. The next high looking left is 53.66. Get through that. The next high is 54.80. A little bit of room for it. SMMT though just continues to rocket here. I'm definitely looking at a potential short on this one. I don't see any news on it other than we had some price targets put on by analysts. There must be something going on though. But if it ever looks like it's going to start to stop this parabolic move, the next high looking left is, as I said before, is around $31 right here for SMMT on the daily chart. Same as on the weekly chart. Now, if it does take out 31, then the next high is way up here around 37 on the monthly. So, guys, I rather liked having one of those races going yesterday. It kind of brought me back to why I did like the races. There seemed to be a tax on my machine. I'll try running two races again, one for large cap. Well, I may not do that. Certainly have I'll have the other race going though. So Matthias, if you're talking about pre-market, okay, on your chart, if you right click on your chart, I think this is what you mean. If you right click on your chart and go to properties, see you have to check show pre-market and post-market. Okay, so again, if you right click on your chart, go to properties, and the box pops up, show pre-market, show post-market. Don't forget to save your work at the end of the day. Save your work. Every change you make. Sounds like a Sting song. So even though I haven't made any changes that I'm aware of, I'm still going to save my layout. Now I am going to get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens. Oh, the 9:30, my 9:30 layout. Okay. Sorry, guys. I guess I can't believe it. I forgot to turn my mic back on. Okay. So what was it, 9:27? So on your top list or from your tree map, all you have to do is right click and click on time, go down to time frame, and then this box pops up and then set record count. If you set the record count, that's why I've got, that's where here's how you can put six or whatever number you want, of course. Okay. Why six? I don't know. I picked six. I could have picked five. I just didn't want a lot. I just wanted to zero in on, I almost was only going to have three. And as always, don't forget to save your work. Okay. Make a change like that. You have to save it. You have to save your layout, everything, every little thing you've done will be, every little change you may have made will be saved. That's my sting. What I was talking about. Yes. Okay, guys. So Summit. Now here's the cheap one. Here's the, which one is going to be the one? Kind of like the, what was that one went yesterday? Started with an HCWB or something that went crazy. You just absolutely don't know for sure. Less than a minute. Thank you, William. Okay, guys. So less than a minute to the open. I usually do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. That's not a recommendation to do the same thing, which is what I happen to do. What did I say about this one again? The ALLR on the, yeah, I had to get a monthly chart, didn't I? Yeah. Flatlining monthly. So there's the two, and there's the 226. So obviously he takes that out. Huge amount of room on a monthly chart anyway. So I'm just going to put a price alert there and see if it happens into that area. All right, guys, we're open. We are open. Now, nothing's in here, which is interesting. Hmm. There we go. Okay. Okay, guys. So we have our first halt of the day. The THAR. THAR got halted on the way down. No shorts for me available. Interactive brokers. There's the SMMT, guys. Didn't take it, but there's the SMMT on the move on the way down now. Not huge, but you've got this high up here. So this quadruple U had some news, I think. Yeah, had some news. Rare earth oxides. a deal with some company called Vulcan Element. I don't think I'm gonna be able to run this. Okay, but I can keep an eye on the, large caps up here. Okay, guys, CLDI on the move here. CLDI on the move. Look at that little pop up to 186, right back down a little bit. Look at the room now. Obviously, this has got a ton of room. 432 is your area. So what did it get up to? I would be putting a price alert around two, just a little over two, perhaps, and let's see if it can take that out. It's probably a low float. Yes, it is. Remember, for all the reasons it had sunk, they're still probably there, but some bottom fishing maybe could take place. And there's the ALLR, guys. This is now a market high. Keep an eye on this. I mean, the longer it holds over two. Again, this is the one that had, yeah. So there's that price alert I got around 224. Wow, Summit had a nice drop, guys. It did not take it. SMMT had a really nice drop, like a really nice drop. PAC is still holding six. PACK is still holding six. Did see this one in the pre-market, guys. Another China stock, Hong Kong Pharma Digital. Whoa, just a pop through that high. That red line represents the next high looking left on the next daily high somewhere, some week, some month. Would have been a couple of, last month. There was a daily high right there. So the first winner of this race down here is Drupal U. There's the HKPD. All right, guys, keep an eye on that ALLR. It is still attempting maybe to get through that 220 mark. 207 right now, 208 right now. PAC giving up six so far. What's our market doing? Our market is, so the Dow's down a little, Qs are up a little, SPYs are up a little. I didn't see anything in the economic calendar today that's of interest. SER, SER, guys, SER. Wow, nice pop here, and it's halted. Shoot, it's halted. AIFF, guys, AIFF, another active one in the pre-market, AIFF. And that's through the, we're right at the VWAP now, right at the VWAP, 329. The ALLR still hanging at that 2 level. I think it's got to get through 220. NIO's had a good day. I saw this in the pre-market. NIO, yeah, it was pretty good. Whoops. Yeah, so NIO has had actually a nice little run the last little while. China EV player. Yeah, PAC is starting to give it up, guys. It's yeah, quite a bit now. PACK. The LLR is still hanging around the 2 mark. ALLR just made a market high. Okay. Keep an eye on that 220 mark, guys. It takes that. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get up to that monthly high, but at least then you don't have to worry too much about market resistance. Well, there's a big pullback now for the AIFF. It got up to almost 350, right back down to almost 3. See, it's just sort of, it's just trying to get through that 222 mark at ALLR. Yeah, I'm interested in it, guys. I may break my rule and not trading in the first 15, and that's on the ALLR. Love to see it get up to about the 225 mark. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. This is a FDA fast track designation for their drug. You can see front and center right here, front and center right here. It's not a crazy low float. It's 15 million in the flow. That's, I mean, it's not certainly not a high float, but it's not crazy low. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it has some room. Obviously, I'm watching it right now. I'm not watching that ALLR. I don't want to see it get down too much below 220. If it does, I'm out. Yeah, well, it's looking hot, but I want to see it really move from here. Now, if it gets down to a level I don't like, I'll get out. I can always get back in. This one on the move, guys, is HKPD. Ah, look at that. That was sort of the one, if you will. I mean, another one starting with the letter H. August of 2023. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at the Domo chart. This is our first AI alert. Wanted to see where the next high was. That's on a monthly chart. Well, guys, that's why you don't get stubborn, okay? Thinking something's got to work. I did not like the way it was trading after it took out that 220. I'm talking about the ALLR. So saved myself a lot of grief by getting out just underneath that 220 mark. I can get back into it later if it once you get back over that 220 mark. Guys, this is a gap down and reversal play for INHD. A little bit of room to 376, which is the 200-day moving average. A little bit of room. Wow, INHD, it is halted, right? Or resumed. Sorry, just resumed. Didn't realize it was halted before. AKAN, let's take a look at AKAN, halted on the way up. Not a well, the volume is starting to pick up. So this is the first display of this blue screen that I'm showing you today. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, please listen carefully. This is from Interactive Brokers. There's a blue screen. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's the halt price for the AKAN. This column trying to give you an idea about where it could open. Doesn't have to open at 420. Usually they are 5-minute halts. See how this has gone down to 4. Just have to wait to see where it opens. All right, guys. AIFF through the VWAP. Through the VWAP, the high was 371 in the pre-market, or 370 around. Let's call it 372 in the pre-market. AIFF on the run here, on the move here, broke through the VWAP. It's pack shortable for me, PACK, because this is big drop. Ah, I don't believe it. There were over a million shares available. So this was almost as good as on a percentage basis, probably about the same as the SMMT in terms of a short when it broke 6, maybe even better on a percentage basis. Now look at PAC coming right back into the 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? Will that act as support? That is 532. 532 is the 200-day. I mean, it's still up 10%, but really fading here. Another one that's fading, not shortable for me, SER, not shortable for me. So some of these high flyers just starting to fade. Still, I still have my eyes on the ALLR if it gets back over that 220 mark later. So negative number, what does that mean? When you see a negative number in here, that means that, for instance, HKPD has pulled back 3.6% within a 5-minute period. You can see exactly what it's doing. So there is the VWAP, went around 162, 159, stay the 160 level. Will that act as support? Will it go into the VWAP, act as support, and bounce off it? Now, if it did that, I can't remember what I saw on the weekly chart. I'm going to go to a monthly chart immediately. So the monthly chart, yeah, has room to 275. Let me go to my weekly chart and see if there's anything closer. Yeah, 250. So there is still room for this to run, guys. It's not the okay. Question from our YouTube room, Dorf. It's not a halt window. It's just time and sales. It just happens that when a stock is halted, But this is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Question was, where do you see this window? And so, is there a stock halted right now? Yeah, so here's AKAN, okay? So it's not a halt window, it's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It just happens that when a stock gets halted, you'll see the big red, and then on this column, this is where it could open. But it's time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? You just have to do a search on that, okay? I'm talking to Dorf in our YouTube room. Well, look how the VWAP area held that HKPD, guys. Yeah, just do a search. Just do your search. You have Interactive Brokers. Just file, and then in fact, if you click on file and then go down to new window, and then a huge box pops up, and you'll see time and sales as one of the options. Okay, and I use time and sales. I know there's another one that says time and sales multi-instrument. I just use time and sales. Again, all you have to do is just click on file from your Interactive Brokers toolbar, file, go down to new window, and then a huge box pops up, and you'll see time and sales. Okay, and that's it. Mm, nice VWAP play, guys. I did not take it. Nice VWAP play though for the HKPD. Okay, I got to pick one of these off now. I've got to. I would not. If I had, that's why I was kind of all over the ALLR. That's the one I thought would really have a move. It seemed to have some decent news and all that. But today anyway, it was the HKPD. Look at it, still has room 252. Not saying it's getting there. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there. All right, guys. LWLG. If there's any news on this one, I don't see any specific news today on it. LWLG. Now, little R. Now, you guys don't have access to this. This is I'm on a development program version of Trade Ideas, and it is. You'll sometimes see a little R for resistance. Sometimes you'll see an S for support. But what I want to do is I want to take a look at a monthly chart. Where could this go if it does break through that? And the next high, yeah, it's got room, 387. So it's got some room. Meanwhile, the gap up and go for a quadruple U. Here's one I haven't seen yet, guys. ONDS. ONDS. So the high today was 527 ish. So it's over five still. This is the one from yesterday, guys. So this gap down in reverse. So it is still negative for the day. Remember, it got all the way up here to 735. It closed down here, 554, 540, yeah, 554. You know what? Let's just see if it takes out that let's back to even, which is 23 cents away, and see if it has another run in it. This is one I was trying to remember. The like sort of like the other H stock today, HKPD. Yesterday was HCWB. Boy, this 4Us is just ripping here, trying on this rare oxide supply deal with Vulcan Elements. I'm assuming Vulcan Elements is a private company. I didn't say they don't have a symbol for it here. Okay, so AKAN resumed. Now the next high, pretty close, guys. I mean, 420 right here, another one right there around the 420 mark. Up here at 430. So there's not as much room, in my opinion, for this to move. Might be completely wrong. I might just power through all that. There is the 200-day moving average at 441. Very, very, very guided. See, got to check your ego sometimes. You know, I was really thinking HALLR was going to be the one today. Trying to pick the one that might do the sort of the HWB. I'm sorry, the HCWB of yesterday, but you know, it didn't. Always get back in, okay? There's no excuse for not obeying your stop because of commissions or something like that. You can always get back into the trade if it sets up again for you. But I would not be happy if I were still holding this ALLR. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Wow without me. Okay, guys, definitely keep an eye on this LWLG. Okay, I mean it's pretty low. Actually, not a low float. 123 million in the float. It's holding over three on the monthly chart. The next high is 3.9, almost four. So there's certainly room on the monthly chart. If there's any news on this one, Lightwave, not today anyway. No news today. There was some news last week, but no news that I can see today for the LWLG. Relative volume is almost eight, trading eight times normal up to this time of day. Now, look, here's the AKAN. I could be completely wrong. It might just power through all this, but it's right here. Well, got through that weekly high. Next high is 455. Guys, the LWLG starting to move a little now. LWLG starting to move a little bit. Or the HKPD, unstoppable so far. That pullback right to the VWAP, VWAP area, VWAP held. Find that seems to work a lot better earlier in the day than later on in the day. If you're looking to play, bounces off the VWAP. Now, I have no scientific proof of that, but all right, guys. LWLG on the move. Not massive, but inching its way up. LWLG inching its way up. Any man again, William? LWLG inching its way up, guys. You can only play the move to the VWAP so many times. There's HKPD. The VWAP is at 183. LWLG moving up, guys. Meanwhile, quadruple U, 4 U's making another new high. Guys, I am in now scalp mode. I'm not trusting any of these moves anymore. I made just a little bit on that the LWLG. Just not trusting any follow through, big follow through. I thought that maybe with that with the float, 123 million, it wouldn't do something like this. So I made a little bit on it, got up to 330. And then I started doing this though. I don't know. I'm not feeling other than the HKPD, which certainly had a sustained move for a while. Okay, how about Mask? What is Mask doing? MASK. It's under $1. That's why I'm not seeing it here. So this is showing up on the Pepe combo scan. Okay, FL. That red line represents the next high looking left, though. So that is obviously just a dime away. That is for Foot Locker. Let's see if there's any. Oh, I see. This is that's right. Foot Locker is being acquired by Dick's Sporting Goods. Okay, so all the regulatory approvals, any hurdles have been completed. FL approved the merger, so this is not a this is an approved merger by both boards. Not a hostile takeover. That's what I was looking for. Wow, it's 10:10 now. You know what's keeping me active are the races. This race here definitely keeping me active. So what I do want to do now then is go over my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Too much time in your hands today, William, as usual. Okay, guys, clicking on my homepage, I want to see if this promo. I think a promo starts tomorrow. Just out of curiosity, just want to see if it's available today. Okay, so I think these promos are going to start tomorrow. You're going to get 22% off, 32% off standard and monthly subscriptions, and you can get 28% off a premium annual. But the codes aren't available yet. Well, you know what? I don't know why I had no sound. Hmm. Hopefully nothing going on. The mic was on, but you're saying no sound in YouTube. Hmm. Oh well. Here are my scans, guys. Most now change in 5 minutes is right here. Okay, so this is the biggest change in 5 minutes. You can see that, on the move again, LWLG, that's up 6%. If you see a negative number, that means it's pulled back. You can have your choice of the 5 minutes or the 2 minutes. I don't have 2 minutes up and running. Now, this one is the large cap. It's exactly like this. All I added was a couple of filters to make it turn this into a large cap version of this. Okay, that's all I did. If you're interested, I can show you how to do it. Otherwise, so it's not on my homepage. The races is right here. The biggest gainer since the start of the race is right here. And the Halls resumes is down here. My momentum scan, just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I definitely put myself on mute then. Um, yeah, so you've got the momentum scan. I'm not showing it, but it is on my other window. This is the don't repeat version. Okay, I just want to see the first time. And the gap continuation or reversal scan is right over here on my other one of my other monitors. And then here's Pepe's combo scan is right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And there's a single stock window. So if you have any questions about any of this, you just ask away. And by the way, if you're new to this room, either room, when I say either room, YouTube or what I call the main room, welcome. This is the format. So the main room is open at around 7:30 Eastern time. Okay, I don't do it. Chris Varley at Trade Ideas, he opens it up. I get on the mic at about 9. Why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so time zone not friendly for me to open it that early. I try to open the YouTube room at sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. Then I go to, usually sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll see you later if there are questions. But even after I leave, the main room is typically open after I leave. William usually keeps the room open after I leave, sometimes at 3:30, 3:45, 4 o'clock. It's up to him. Just a momentum scan, okay? Just it's a momentum scan, Kumar, okay? Stocks that are moving on momentum, volume, volume bursts. Okay, you can see the volume burst right there. For mask right there. You can have it. It's part of my. It's on my homepage. How do you set the order time to pre-market? Are you talking about Brokerage Plus, EIL? You're talking about placing an order in the pre-market. You have to go in. You have to go in as a limit order. You cannot set market orders. Other than that, it's just the same. You have to go in as a limit order. In other words, it's max price you're willing to take the trade at. You cannot go in as a market order. Other than that, it's probably not in the pre-market. Pre-market's tricky, okay, and it's not just Brokerage Plus. It is most brokerages. Virtually, I don't know of a broker. Whoa, you miserable thing. No, ALLR on the move now. You're in the main room already. You're in the main room already as SP Sentinel or Central. You're in the main room. Why didn't you do this when I was in it? Yeah, so Pepe is saying yes. Okay, so yes, there is. Well, son of a gun. So you're in the main room, okay? When I talk about the main room, this is the main room. There's more action in it. More traders are in it. YouTube is fine. If you want to stay in YouTube, there's just not a lot of interaction amongst traders in YouTube. Meanwhile, quadruple U is still marching higher. Big float too. I mean, that's a great move for something for 212 million in the float. Probably have to wait till Thursday, William, on or maybe the day before for IBKR when it officially gets added. So the main room, okay. So question on our YouTube room. So you should save my homepage link, okay? Save it because this is how you have to get into my homepage or to the trading room every day, the main room. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to gentlemen in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, is what you're going to see. So you'll notice right down here, trading room. So save my homepage link. This is how you have to get into it every day. Saving my homepage link also though, you'll always you know if you look at it every day, you'll see what the latest promo is. Well, there's the LWLG. You're right. It is back up. This is probably the best one so far today, guys. Best one in that only had one little downturn in it. Other than that, following the blue wave up, and the bars are narrowing so that you don't have giant moves up, which can get people a little jumpy about okay, maybe I should take some profit. All right, guys. Now, one thing I like to do is now I'm going to go over the races. I'm going to go over all this. Okay, I'll try to do it as briefly as I can because I know for most of you were in the room. You've heard me do this before, but we're always new people, so I do like to just talk about them a little bit. But I also want to talk about a little bit of the momentum scan, just because I want to show you. Well, there are a lot of things. I don't think anybody else has races like this, but what really sets us apart from other products that you can buy out there. So if I look at this momentum scan, this is what it's looking for. Okay, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 20, this is probably one of the most powerful filters that we've got. That means this has to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, so we're at 10:23 Eastern time right now. 500,000 shares traded minimum, all minimums, right? Minimum. This is what gives it the momentum. 1,000% normal and 400% normal in the last minute and 5 minutes. And it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So it's got to be a positive stock. If all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now, if you're wondering why 10:07, there must have been something else. You're right. But what I've done is I have put the don't repeat on this. So I only want to see the stock the first time it happened. I can go back and say, well, what happened? Click on it and see what happened. And then there was the price and there was the time. But if you have from my home page, if you load my momentum scan, you will see it over and over again every time the stock made a new high. Okay, so but these are all real-time alerts. So there are many screening programs that you can buy out there. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. This is an example of screening right here. I mean, well, first of all, so if you like the scan, you can have it. If you want to make changes to it, of course you can. Maybe you don't like my price range or something else you don't like about it, or maybe you want to change one of these values. If you have any trading experience at all, maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Okay, go ahead. GKI, what the heck? Current price? So just give me a moment, guys. So screeners are great. I just want to show you again what I mean about the repeating. See how U is repeating every time it making a new high? Okay, that's what you would see in your momentum scan. Every time the stock made a new high, you'll see it over and over again. I just want to see the symbol the first time, and that's it. You don't have to do it that way at all. So screening programs. This is an example. Let me get rid of my price alert window. This is an example of screening. Show me the stocks that are moving the most in a 5 minute period. Typical use of a screener, show me the stocks. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are moving the most in a 5 minute period. That's an example of what screening does. But we take it one step further by being able to apply those screening values and then some kind of a trigger, an event. In this case, the high of the day, a real-time alert, of which we have many of them. Okay, these are all many real-time alerts to choose from, many screeners to choose from. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. If you have any trading experience at all, what I would do is just kind of maybe scroll down. If you see something you recognize, try it. Okay. Personally, I only have a few alert windows anyway, the new high and the new low of the day, and just a handful of filters. Doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. Your trading style, though, may be very different. So that's why we have a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters to choose from. You don't have to learn them all. So about the races. So I just started using the races Friday afternoon again after a hiatus of probably maybe a year. I like the races. I don't mind them, but what was happening is it was really taxing my machine. And somebody else said the same thing. A gaming computer and so plenty of power. And two races can really drag it down. So that's why I had to get rid of the other race. Every now and then my machine is probably going to whir a little bit, but I'll put up with it. What the races is a very cool concept. So what does that 7.5% mean? I'm running 4 minute races. Now, again, you can have this race. Now, understand, if you load my race right now, okay, right now from my homepage, you're not going to see all of these previous winners. Your race, you'll start seeing the winners as, when you load your race, and your top 10 list will be built from the time you loaded your race. And that's what this is the top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see the number one position is the HKPD, won 4 races. If this holds right now, it's up 12.5%. What does that 12.5% mean? It means since the beginning of the race, I'm running 4 minute races. Again, this is all customizable. So call this 3 minutes. Since the race started 3 minutes ago, this has moved 12.5% from the price it was when the race started. Okay? That's what these percentages refer to. Now you can see, and that what that 19 cent means is that it moved 19 cents. These numbers or what it's actually done for the whole day. So you can see that HKPD of 102%. It's a little bit of a lag sometimes, $106, $6 rate. Okay, so that's what that means. That's what these numbers mean. This, of course, is the price it's at now. But this is the important number. This is a stock that is moving the most, and it's possible, more than likely, going to win the next race. Only has 22 seconds to. Now, why are these stocks showing up? That should be your question. Like, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? All races, all heat maps start off from a top list window. So if I open the top list window, look how many. These are all the stocks that are can be. This is what I want to see in a top list window. I don't have very many filters really, but as long as I want to see between $1 and $50, the current volume has to be at least two, meaning it's got to be again trading at least two times normal up to this time of day. It is 10:30 now. 200,000 minimum shares, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, so those are my filters in place. So that's why I am seeing these stocks. If I go all the way down, remember, it had to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So there's Elva, 2.2%. But what the, what the what the race does, though, it doesn't care if the stock is, up the most over the course of the day. All these ones at the top here. All it cares about is, let's just say that ASST right down there, it's up 9.7% from yesterday. But what if all of a sudden it just started to move? The race started and all of a sudden it's starting to move. Now it's up 10%, 12%, 14%, 15%. How could you ever know that, right? I mean, you've got a huge list of stocks. How are you going to know of some stock that is moving up this list? That's what the race does for you. It doesn't care. It's not looking for stocks that are necessarily, up the most for the day. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. Now, a lot of times it is going to be still, these are the active stocks of the day. So a lot of times, you're still going to see, these stocks that are super active are winning races over and over again. But you might get some dark horse that we haven't even seen, just moving up, this list. And what happens is automatically, well, not automatically. There is it's an option. This is what I want to do, though. I want to see the top 10. Eventually, there will be 10 stocks here of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And again, HKPD has won 5 races, ALLR 2, etc. So this is a great watch list. So, later on in the day, you can click on pack, just see what's happening with it. Maybe, I know it's pulled back, still, a strong stock. Maybe it's setting up for a rebound. So this gives you, if you're, new to all this, new to trading a little bit, or if you find trade ideas a little overwhelming too, this develops a nice watch list for you. You can watch all day. There's a lot going on with trade ideas, of course. Or you can make it. You can make a lot going on. Now, this is an all tree maps. This is a tree map. This is a race. They all start off from a top list window. Okay, they all start off from a top list window. So you create your top list window with the filters you want, what you kind of want to see, the minimum volume, price range, etc. And then from there you create your race or your tree map. Oh, sorry, boy man, 2001. Thoughts on WGRX? I haven't seen WGRX anywhere. Let's take a look at it. I know it was pretty active. last week, I think, even this week. Well, all I can say is the next high is around two. Oh, it is in my race. Oh, it is up here. Sorry, it is right there. Didn't win a didn't win a race though, did it? No, it didn't. No. The other thing I just want to mention, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race before you click on it. A stock could be moving higher, 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 and it may finish second. Doesn't mean second could be still pretty good. Okay. Or if anything is moving that you haven't seen before, click on it. You don't have to wait for a race to be over. Yeah, so I had a nice week last week. It's had a nice 2 days anyway. Let's see if is this today. See, it's not going to show up on my momentum scan because the relative volume is only four. I mean, it's still really good. But, I've got 20 in my momentum scan, so it's not going to show up there. And in this one, I'm not sure it ever showed up, but it would have had to have been the biggest mover in 5 minutes. I'm not sure it would have shown up. What you're right, it was showing up here at one point. I don't see it. It's dropped off though. Next step then is to take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it go before it hits any sort of resistance? So there it is, 210. So see, for me, I always look at the whole numbers being maybe a difficulty in getting through. So that means for me, I wouldn't be. I think it's okay. It's 183. If it got up to two, that'd be great. But I always think it could block it for a while anyway. Any stock, I'm not just talking this one, a whole number. But even if it got through two, then the next high is 210. So for that, I just sort of it doesn't become as interesting to me. That doesn't mean it shouldn't be interesting to you, but it just becomes less interesting to me. I like to see a lot of room that a stock could run. Okay, a couple of questions from our YouTube room. So Paola Vela, how's that for a pronunciation? Close. Can you take a quick look at NSSC, NSSC, NSSC. That, of course, had a big day. Wow, it's interesting, because it had the big news yesterday, but it sold off most of the day. It was an earnings play, I guess. Also had news yesterday, I believe, but it sold off most of the day. Got up to 35. It wasn't a huge sell off, but it was a sell off. But yeah, I mean now it's I completely lost sight of it. Above yesterday's high, and it's a low flow for a stock in that price range. 35 million for a $37 stock. You've got some analysts who are putting some lofty price targets on. I think I saw one yesterday at 40, so now 45. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. It's Davidson. So yeah, I mean, let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Let's see anything on the weekly. How about on a monthly? So the next high, so you can see where the next high in a monthly chart is 37.87. So it's almost there. So I mean, that in theory, that could stall it. That could stall it. If it takes that out, though, next high is 41.33. That would be an area that I'd be watching. The volume, I mean, it's 10 times normal, but it is only 293,000 shares. Spread is not terrible, for something that has only that float. Not terrible, 37, 12, 26. So it's not terrible. Hmm. I'm surprised at the reaction. I remember seeing it all day yesterday, basically fading. So this is a nice, definitely a nice reaction today. Okay, so RT asked in the YouTube room about day trading and what charts to use. It's really a personal thing, right? There are people that, will swear by using a 1 minute chart, 2 minute chart. Some people, we don't have it. Some people would like sub 1 minute charts, 10-second, 30-second charts. We don't have them. So it's really a personal thing, RT. There's no right or wrong. I mean, I just happen to like a 5 and a 15. And then, of course, looking left, daily, weekly, monthly to see where a stock could go. So it's just a personal preference. Man, now I'm ticked off for you. Remember, I was saying there's no continuation. Well, this my stop might have been a little too tight. I mean, when I first started trading many years ago, I only had a 2 minute chart up. That was it. Just a 2 minute chart. That was it. No daily, weekly, monthly, nothing. That's a long time ago, though. And then I thought, the 2 minute chart just was driving me crazy. It was just a little too whippy. So I went to actually up until maybe 2 years ago, I only had a 15-minute chart up. And yes, I am a day trader. All depends what you get comfortable with. How about this? De nada, Paola. I'm assuming you can speak some Spanish. I may be wrong. Okay, guys, let's see. Wow, there's that HAPD still. Well, you know what? It's at the high of the day. I mean, I know it's crazy as it sounds. It's a bit higher. Well, there it goes. We just took out the high of the day. What I was more hoping for, a nice rest here for several hours and then taking up the high of the day later on. But oh, this is the dark iris, right? Dark iris. Well, 785. Why not? Put a price alert at 785. That was the high of yesterday. It was super active yesterday. It's been active for the last few days. There was an IPO back here. Well, but William, it probably might bounce, right? CBRL. Let's take a look. So there's your bounce right there, Mr. Bounce. Here's an earnings play, guys. I mentioned this one in the pre-market. I did not take it, but SMTC, this is an earnings play. High of the day now. High of the day, SMTC. So as always, I'm gonna jump right to the monthly chart. Let me see if I can see anything. Actually, there. Wow, this has got room, guys. That red line right there. You know what that means? That's the next high on a daily chart, which is $66. So that's $6 over $6 away. Not saying it's going to get there, but there is no daily resistance. That's what that red line. So someday in this month, which is the month of February this year, There was a daily high right there. Now, if it starts getting a little too parabolic, this is shortable for me. Oh, NMAX, Newsmax. Man, this is really because this was an IPO. This was stupidity at its finest. Okay, so this IPO, this Newsmax, IPO'd here. We could open it around $15. This is in a month. Okay, closed. Let me bring up a weekly chart. Yeah, so this is the week it got all the way up to. Well, it got higher. Got all the way up to $262 the week of its IPO, and then it crashed the next week. Well, even during the week. Remember, it got up to that week. It got up to at one point. I think it might have been the second day, 264. Finished at 44. So its high is 1664. So, guys, this is a support room. So remember, I remember if I welcome, but if you're new to the rooms, welcome to the room. I think I did because I went over the times. And so if this is a support room also, okay? It's not just a trading room. So if you have questions, feel free to ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, probably won't be able to answer you, but I can direct you to people who can. Give you an email address. You don't have to wait. I think people think you can only wait till the 12 to 1 period when one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room to ask me questions, but you can ask me questions all day long. So if I happen to be tied up doing something, I'll let you know, but I'll do my best as to answer any questions that may come in. Okay, so boy, man, you asked a question. Can you show me how you built your page with multiple charts pinned to your screen? I tried before, but I couldn't get it to work. So when you say pin, I hope you're not talking about this right click and this pinned, okay? You're just talking about the fact that they're on my screen. And I'll just quickly answer IT. So when you say you guys, okay, I can only speak for myself. Typically, what time of day do you guys trade? I can only speak for myself. I typically don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, but after that, there's no time where I'll stop trading. Other than when I leave. Even when I leave the room, though, between 2 and 2:30, it's possible I will trade on my own. But I don't like trading in the first 15. But there's some people who, if you can find a way to make money in the first 15, go for it. I can only speak for myself. So when you say pin, are you just talking about creating a layout and then saving? So I'm not sure I know what you mean. How you built your multiple. So when you're talking about a chart, you're talking about a chart like that, or this might be just semantic. Okay, a chart. So you want several charts in. Is that what you mean? You want several charts to appear on your screen? Oh, okay. Well, take your chart. Now, it shouldn't disappear. I think what should have happened is that another symbol will appear, but if you take your chart and then duplicate it, right click and duplicate it, right click and then duplicate it. Okay. Now, when you say disappeared, you mean literally like it's gone? Okay, let me try to understand. So here's a chart. This is just a free floating chart. You're telling me that when you click on a symbol, yeah, are they hidden somewhere? Are they like how many monitors do you have? Out of curiosity, are they hidden behind something? Like for whatever reason, they're hidden behind. For instance, try it again, okay? Don't and then do this, go to Windows and then click on show all. And see if they show up still somewhere. Maybe they're just hidden behind some scan you got or okay. Click on the show all and see if they then appear. So when you click on show all, they do appear? I'm sorry, I'm asking too many. Okay, yes, good. Okay, so they're not deleted. So really then it's a matter of, rearranging it to I don't know, I don't how many monitors do you have? Just the one monitor? Okay. So it's really just a matter of and how many other than charts, how many other things do you have going on? Like, how do you have some of my scans or some of the ones you created? So if you position your chart so you can see it right now, I don't know how many charts you've got, so that you can see all the charts, how many charts, I don't know how many you've got. How many charts do you have? Because if you can see your chart right now, I don't know why when you click on a symbol, it somehow jumps in behind something. You can see it right now. I don't know why it would jump in behind something else that you've got on your screen. But the good news is that it hasn't, when you say disappear, but it hasn't been deleted. That's the good news. It's just a matter of if you position your chart so it's, not hanging over or something like that. I mean, you can adjust the size of any of your windows. So once you adjust the size of any one of the windows that you've got, any of the scans or whatever that you've got, adjust the size and then adjust the size of your chart, just like I've got here. I don't see why when you click on a symbol, even if you only have the one monitor, that it's going to somehow the chart is going to, fill in behind somewhere. As long as if you can see everything right now, and in order to size things, you can just grab the windows. You just have to. You see my pointer, and here's my pointer, and when I get to the right hand side, it changes. The icon changes, and I left click on my mouse, hold it down, and then I can drag it whatever size I want. I could have gone it up here, drag it. So I think if you size everything correctly at the beginning, so you can see everything. Okay, Casablanca. I'm assuming that's what you are, Casablanca. Maybe you're not, but I'm going to call you Casablanca. So the question on YouTube in the main room: understand how the AI works, how to leverage it for trading. Is it purely informational? And can I build a B plus strategy around it for more active trading? Also, what is the premium RBI and GBI and how do traders use it? Okay, well, first of all, for me, the AI is I don't want to say it's just purely informational, but it is a watch list for me. Okay, that's how I use it. I see the alerts. I'll click on an alert. If I like what I see, I might take the trade. If I don't like what I see, so so there's no way you can build. You cannot build a B plus strategy around it because you don't know what the filters are that are being used. Okay, and you'll never know because they're proprietary. So you're not going to be able to build a B plus strategy around it, and you cannot auto trade this. So I use it just like a watch list. Okay, sometimes in fact, let's take a look at this one. So look at SATs. So at the beginning, let's take a look at SATs right here. So we had an alert at 53.82. So before it pulled back at all, I mean, it got up to about 54, not bad, but then it pulled back and see what it did. It hit the stop price, okay, but it hit the stop price at 52.21. And look, there's a re-entry. This is how I like to use it, to be honest. 53.82 is the entry, and there's the exit price, okay, the stop price. If any stock hits the stop price during the day and then comes halfway between the original alert price and that stop price, you'll get an alert. So in this particular case, 53.01. So if you took it there, if you didn't take it at the beginning and just waited for the reentry, sometimes you're not going to get very many during the course of the day, and just waited for the reentry. So you're at 53.01. I mean, it's not a massive move, but 53.24 now. Okay. So, and that's sometimes all I do is I just wait for a reentry. I don't worry about the first alert. I'm not saying that's the only way to use it, of course, but that is a way to use it. Also, just wait for a reentry and look at it this way. In this case, it worked from the get go, but then it pulled all the way back. So you could look at it one way. You could say, okay, if I took it right off the bat, it made some money, and it did come back again, giving me maybe a second entry. So that is then. I don't know how. I mean, I don't use the premium AI. Premium. First of all, do you know what RBI and GBI are? Red bar and green bar. Red bar ignored and green bar ignored. I don't use it. I'll, totally honest. The reason I don't is that I cannot put enough filters in it. Okay. So I mean, I can't tell you how people use it. I mean, uh, if you have so on a day like today when the market is kind of wishy-washy, it's up and down, I would probably, if I were going to use it and the market was ripping higher, I'd probably use the RBIs more, just because what RBI means is that you've got a green bar and then the next bar is red, okay, totally engulfed by the now, obviously I don't have an example right now. So you have a green bar, the next bar is red, totally engulfed by that previous green bar, and then the next bar is green, moving above the high of that red bar. So in a day in which the market is maybe moving at a steady clip, I probably take a look more at the red bar ignored. So think of it this way: you've got an uptrend, you've got a pause on that uptrend with that red bar, and then a continuation. So if the market is kind of tanking on a day, though, you might want to look at the green bar ignored. Red bar down, green bar totally engulfed by the previous red bar, and then the next bar is red. So it's sort of a pause in the downward action. So that's the theory behind it. Okay, now, how you use it, but I'll be honest, I don't use it. and notice that there's nothing coming in yet. But when you do get an if and when you do get an alert, that'll be the pattern. That red bar ignored, so the red bar will be totally engulfed by the previous candle, and then the next candle will be green, moving up just ahead of the on top. But I would wish we could have more ways to customize it rather than just price. And so you can take a look at it. You can, all you have to do is just load it. Obviously, there hasn't been one yet here, and just see what, and then click on the alert and just see if it makes sense to you to take the trade. Well, how to build the strategy. So, okay, so that's a completely different question, right, boy? So you were talking about your chart disappearing. Well, how to build a strategy? I mean, we have, I have some. I don't want to call them strategies. They are ideas. Okay, I don't back test at all. It's as you've noticed, you've got to spend a lot of time testing. Okay, I don't have the time nor the inclination anymore to do it. By the time I finish my day here, I'm fried, brain is fried, so I'm not going to even attempt to back test at all. I tried a long time ago, and it's fun. It can be kind of fun to back test a strategy to see how would it work. But if you got the time, it is kind of fun. But as you just said, you also have to tweak it later on because something that looked pretty good for maybe a few days, even a week, maybe even a couple of weeks. All of a sudden, you start getting alerts and you say, "Wait a minute, they're not as good anymore." And you go back to the drawing board, try to optimize it, maybe a better price range, maybe time of day, volume. So it is really if you have the time and you have the inclination to do stuff like that, it is kind of fun. Very few of our customers have access. Now, me, I just wanna see the alerts, I wanna see the alerts, and then what I do is, I'm looking and trying to read the chart quickly, and that makes up my determination whether or not I take the trade or not, okay? So, obviously some trading experience comes into it. So, because somebody said, "Well, why don't you just back test this momentum scan and see how it would have worked?" My guess, it would have been terrible, but I don't care. I wanna see the alerts, and I don't get too many, I don't get too many over the course of the day. And then I can just click on them and see if it makes sense for me to trade. So you can have some of my scans. Keep an eye on the KDP guys now. I mean, it is breaking down underneath 30. Okay, KDP breaking down underneath 30. I'm going to bring my what was the low yesterday? Well, it's definitely down below the low of yesterday. You could take a look at something like this. Uh, bo- um, Boy, man, you can take a look at this. Something like this. I mean, this gives you now a watch list of stocks to follow all day long. Well, KDP EIL is I have a thumbnail. Well, it's also though on the abnormal on Pepe scan. Okay, 3059 was the alert, but I also have a thumbnail because of what it did yesterday. Thumbnail means I have it on a chart, small chart on my other one of my other monitors. Okay, but there was the alert to short at 3059. Again, this is the Pepe combo scan, as they call it. Anything in pink, colorblind. Uh, Light blue is a potential to go long, and anything in brown, a potential to go short. You can see not too many alerts from it. But getting back to this, this gives you a watch list. Now, if you wanted something like not as volatile, you could create a scan. I just can't run them both. It seems to really tax my machine. But you could create something, that is not less volatile, if that's what you want. And I'm just talking in general to people, okay? These stocks are going to be a lot more volatile. But if you wanted to, zero in on larger cap stocks that were moving, you could create a race. Then you'll have a top 10 list that is built for you. And then, click on them. Click on something that's in the top 10 and see whether or not it's setting up again for you. So it gives you focus then on just a few stocks to pay attention to over the course of the day. On my homepage, Yael, I'm getting the pronunciation right, Yael. It's on my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and so clicking on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, view scans, right at the bottom here. I call it the combo scan, but Pepe put it together. Basically, and that's why you don't get too many alerts. Just a brief history of it. I used to have the abnormal, well, I still do as separate, but the abnormal option activity and the 10-day daily breakout. I had them as separate scans. And one day, I was noticing that if the same symbol showed up in both of these, it was a lot more powerful to take a look at. So imagine I had the abnormal option scan, and I had them side by side, and then I'd be having to check to see whether or not the same symbol was in both. And Pepe came up with a brilliant idea, the genius idea, of combining the two scans so that you didn't have to look back and forth between them to see if the same symbol was in both. That's the genesis of it. So it's not that I play options, but there's just another way to see stocks that are trading abnormally. If they're trading abnormally, if their option activity is abnormal. So when you look at a stock like the KDP, so it's traded 18,000 contracts today. It's 8.2 times normal. And also now for it to show up on that scan, the relative volume has to be 8. So at the time of the alert, the relative volume was also 8. So not only was it trading abnormal option wise, but it was also trading abnormal volume wise. So you take those two combined, and that gives you, definitely a nice list of stocks to watch all day. So again, if you're sort of looking at, man, how can I watch all these stocks? Well, you can't. Understand that because I'm moderating a room, I have to try to keep it reasonably interesting. So I have to have different things to look at all day long because sometimes the scan just stops. I mean, there's nothing interesting coming from it. So I have to, kind of have things that I can look at that are going to be changing all day long. But again, if I were new, I would concentrate just on creating, say, a race, and then it'll automatically create a top 10 list for you. It doesn't have to be this list, though, okay? It could be remember, because every race starts from a top list window. So this is the top list window. A lot of stocks are in here. Okay. And so if you wanted, you can create your own top list window with your set of parameters. If you want a different price range, maybe if you were looking for stocks that are trading, larger cap stocks, you could add in all the market cap, and if you wanted to trade only larger cap stocks, you would add that filter. And whatever you consider a large cap stock, a billion, 2 billion, you could add that in. Then you'll not get stocks that are quite as volatile. That may be more your trading style, but it'll still build a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. Now, guys, keep an eye on Summit SMMT. keep an eye on it now. Big move pre-market. This is one I thought might have a run out of steam, and it certainly did. I mean, it got up to what $30.68 and down to 12. A huge move down. Did not take the short, but look what's happening now. It's trying to come back. It's still up, still up for the day. And look what it's doing at the VWAP. The VWAP is 28.28, so it's right at the VWAP level. See if it takes it out. There are a lot of some big price targets on it. $40 by JNP. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. UBS, sorry, UBS. Well, they've got a 30, so not quite as promotional. Also, Piper Sandler. I don't know if they put a price target on it, but they're starting coverage of it. So there is some interest in this. So the longer this holds over the VWAP is at 28.28. Now, that number is a little bit different from that number, the 28.28. That's because this line uses the pre-market data, which I think is fine because, I mean, remember what the VWAP's all about. What is what's the average price volume-wise? So why not take into account, especially if it's traded a lot in the pre-market? All right, guys, we've got a little move on the SMMT, okay? A little bit of a move on the SMMT. Whoa, and then a little move down. Wow, okay. That is I like it, but that I almost took this one, and then all of a sudden it had that. I call that like a little flash crash down to 27. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was all set to hit the buy button, and okay. Well, for you Stooges fan, NUKK. So NUKK guys. So yeah. So this is what you guys are talking about. So there's the halt at 521. I'd like to take that SMMT, but that really freaked me out a little bit. That's a flash crash right back down to the 27 level for some reason. So there's the halt for NUKK at 521. Yeah, big potential open. Big potential open 569. Doesn't have to be there. I wanted to check another chart to make sure that, I mean, that happened. That SMMT, that did flash down to 27. Okay, so up is sort of a large cap, and it's, yeah, it's got a lot of volume. That's why large cap, and then has, yeah, 550 million, 550 million. Is that right? Is that possible that that's right? Let me just check another website, guys. That just seems excessive. Well, 85 million. I mean, that's so certainly not 559 million. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I just wanted to draw their attention. I don't think, I mean, our flow data is not right. I mean, that's, because when I look at, 26% move is a big, big move. And it's, I'm not saying it's impossible. Like, look at the SATs, but that was, stupendous news. 119 million for that to be up 81%. But that was stupendous move it had, or news it had, not move. Remember, guys, I don't talk all the time, so maybe you just I wasn't talking. I said I was. I have to. I was talking to one of the guys, Trade Ideas, not talking, but posting. So I wasn't talking. Oh, he didn't see my screen. Okay. Those are during my boy soprano days, Barry. Ave Maria. Okay, guys, there's ASST on the move here. ASST is on the move. Let me take a look at the weekly chart. Where could it go? Next high looking left, $7. So I wonder if they're still around, William, the Vienna boys. I wonder if they're still around. Guys, I'm really warming up again to these races because they're showing me stocks that are not necessarily at the high of the day, but are coming back, maybe getting through a to a nice level. Like here was the AIFF. There's the VWAP guys. I mean, there's a nice little move off the VWAP. I haven't had to ask about my sound and all for a while, so I'm assuming my harshest critics are not criticizing it, so that's good. And I'm kind of kidding. I mean, it was constructive criticism. So, guys, the time now is 11:21. So, in about 40 minutes, I will be taking a break. Today, Chris, Steve Gomez will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. You know what? You see what's happening with Summit right now, guys? And this is why I did not want to jump back into it because, I mean, that may have been a flash crash and it closed up here like a flash down. And that's why I did not think, okay, maybe that was just a blip. And I looked at that going, there's no way I was going to take this. Not because I knew it was going to do this. Believe me, I did not know it was going to come right back. But that really, that can be terrifying. You get into something at, $30 or something, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. This is the opening. I'm sorry, but here, I mean, there it flashed down to 27, and now it's right back down there again. I'm sorry, looking at this one up here. So it flashed down to 27, closed up here at 28, and now look what it's doing. So the VWAP important. So I think I have no proof, but I think that the most popular indicator out there is the 200-day moving average. Okay, I think that for somebody like myself who doesn't really follow too many technical indicators, the 200-day moving average, I think, is probably the most important one that people pay attention to. And then I think the VWAP is maybe the next one. So the VWAP, if you just look, well, like Rich is putting in there, the volume weighted average price. So it's the price at which there is the most volume has taken place. So think about that. So if a stock comes into the VWAP from above, it can act as support, maybe bounce off. Or if the stock is below the VWAP and it's moving into the VWAP from below, it can act as resistance and moving down, bounce down from it. Doesn't happen all the time. Okay, so that is always this SMA RT question in our YouTube room. 200-day. I'm not saying nobody uses the 200 EMA, but I rarely see it. It's a 200-day simple moving average that is the most popular. Yeah, I mean, there's a good, average price that all the shares of the stocks have traded for when taking volume into account. So, for instance, if a stock, let's pretend this was an intraday, and the stock spiked up to 357, but that was only on two shares. Okay, two shares. I mean, so that would not be significant. But if there were tons of shares buying at that high, then it becomes way more significant. Boy, that Summit, I mean, I'm looking, I mean, I'm like to short it, but it's tricky now. I mean, you'd think that, okay, now it's kind of over for a while. The bottom here, 26.76. Yeah, so NUC is now, yeah, 10, more than 10 minute. So now it'll probably be at least a 15 minute. The estimated open is at 6. So as Monica is pointing out. And blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. And all to do with interactive brokers. This is time and sales. You can find it. If you want to, if you have interactive brokers, I mean, if you have interactive brokers, you should have this screen up and running all day long. It's not just for halts. I mean, this is time and sales. So you see how quickly a stock is trading, the bid ask. There you go. I thought somebody would get it. That's why I said the Stooge stock. So guys, you saw what I was just talking about, using that re-entry, okay? Using the re-entry right there. For SAT, the re-entry was at 53.01. So that got up to 54.49. There's almost like a $1.50 move if you just use re-entries. No, no, no. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room is, do I need to have interactive brokers to use Trade Ideas? No, no. Trade Ideas is a scanner. You can use any broker you want. Okay. It's just that with interactive brokers and Fidelity also, we have a great tool called the external linking tool. External linking means that you can usually establish your link with most brokers, of course, interactive brokers. Linking just is a huge time saver. When I click on a symbol, I click on NUKK, it loads into my order entry in interactive brokers. I'm sure it works with Fidelity and many other brokers. So you don't need interactive brokers to use Trade Ideas. No, Trade Ideas is a standalone product but we have ways in which we can make things simpler for you using this external linking tool. Okay. It's a standalone product. It's just that we've made it simpler that you can link with many brokerages. Again, understand what linking is. It's a huge time saver. Imagine if I had to every time I see an alert somewhere, some stock somewhere, I would have to type that into my order entry. It would be a real pain for me. Wow, what a short. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. I mean, and if you don't trade, if a person doesn't trade very much, okay, you'd have to. If we don't actually have a way to link, but most of the brokers out there we can link to. Again, linking is just a time saver. So this is still halt. Oh no, it got halted again. I see. It resumed and it got halted again. Wow, what a move. Not seeing it here because of the stupidity. We have several servers that trade ideas, and for whatever reason, the server I'm on, if a stock gets halted and then it resumes and then it gets halted within, I'm going to say a 30 or 40 second time frame, I don't get the halt. Whereas others like William will see the halt. But I mean, it's obviously halted. I can see it right here. What what's happening with Nuck? Oh, I see. I think you guys were posting this before, perhaps, maybe not. So they launched a defense subsidiary, signs exclusive U.S. deal with Blade Ranger, including a 3-year term, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some news. There was some news for this to pop the way it did. And that news for Interactive Broker showed up at 11:10. Which is pretty good because there was the pop. Okay, there was the pop right at 11:10. So I only have one strategy. So the question is, what is my strategy with stocks that get halted up? Okay, now we'll call it a strategy, and it's only because I've seen this happen quite a few times. So here's the nux. Okay, that first halt was at 521. Had not when it opened, it didn't. But had it opened, say, a little bit above the 521, and then came down below the 521, and then not like at 4 or something, maybe down to maybe 5, and then it popped through 521 again, that the halt price. Many times I will take that trade. Now, it could, if it had opened below the 521, not much, and then popped through the 521 very quickly, many times I'll take that trade. Now, in this case, it didn't. I mean, it opened at 6 or something, so I'm not chasing it. So that's the only time, if you want to call it a strategy. But I've seen it enough times that it seems to be, pretty reliable. But it's not always going to happen because remember what has to happen. The stock has to get down below that halt price a little bit and then pop through it again. So it may not be in the drop down list. Okay, Yael. I think with Fidelity, you have to run both Trade Ideas and Fidelity in administration mode. Okay, I don't think I don't think it's in the drop down. Okay, I don't think it is. I just think though when you link, why are you trying to? I thought you had IB. I thought you had Interactive Brokers. Why are you trying to link Fidelity also? You know what, guys? Unbelievable that NUKK is actually shortable for me, and there are a lot of shorts, 241,000. Not that now this is the tricky part, because there's no way this is going to continue. Well, I shouldn't say that. You never know. William, you don't link Fidelity. Anybody with Fidelity in either room that has linked Trade Ideas with it using the external linking tool? So if you have Fidelity, maybe you can. I'm almost 100% sure you can do it. I probably have to start Trade Ideas or run both in administration mode. But does anybody have Fidelity in either room that is using our external linking tool to link to Fidelity? If so, to say yes, that you're able to do it. Maybe nobody's got Fidelity. But I'm pretty sure we linked to Fidelity. I'm pretty sure we do. I mean, it's so are you talking about that? Yeah, you're talking about this. Well, remember, it is a guide. Okay, that's all it is. Now, what time frame are you looking at? I don't see the sell flag here. What time frame are you looking at? Maybe a 2 minute? No, I see on a 2 minute. 2 minute, the trend has changed a little bit. Okay, it was a downtrend, 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 and now the trend is changing a little bit when we're getting that blue. Remember now, it is just a guide. Well, I don't see the sell signal. I mean, I see a sell wave, well, sell, but it's flattening out. It is flattening out a little bit. So I would just, wait and see if it drops from here. You notice if you use a 2 minute chart, it is turning blue. If it's flattening out, that means okay, it's in limbo right now. It's going to decide which way. Are we still in a downtrend, or are we going to reverse that trend for a while? And even even just because you get this the buy on the reentry price, it doesn't mean you just hammer right into the trade. Of course, it's just alerting you to the fact that okay, we do have a reentry potential. Okay, and but that was at 350. It hasn't moved, so there's no mad rush to get into it. Wow, so just open. It's shortable for me, but man, that is it's obviously it's a challenge. I mean, at some point, this is not going to keep moving higher. In fact, I think it's going to get halted right now. It's going to get halted right now. How do you know? Well, look at the spread. 825, 826, almost impossible for a stock that is moving that quickly. Okay, so it just got halted again. Okay. Oh, you're saying your price alert is not popping up? So you are sure. Now, is it possible it's popping up behind something? If you click on Windows and then click on Show All, do you see it? Is it possible it's popping up behind something? It's hiding it. So do that for me. Click on Windows and then Show All and see if you see it. It does not show. Did you accident? Well, how do you know it's there? How do you know it's there? So here's my price alerts window. Oh, so you're talking about down on the bottom. You can't see it on here, but you're talking at the bottom when you hover over trade ideas. Well, again, if you click on show all, it's probably hidden and somewhere it's hidden behind something. So usually when you do show all, you'll see a peek of it. So what I would do is then go to your icon. I know your taskbar icon, I guess, and then click on it. Click on the price alerts, and almost for sure, Okay. So I can't explain why it's probably just when it's popping up. It never happens to me, but when it pops up, it definitely takes over. I don't know about rebooting. Create another price alert, okay? Just what one that okay. Yeah, do what I guess do what Pepe is saying. Just do a reboot of trade ideas. I was going to say just create another price alert that's going to happen quickly, minimize it, and see if it pops up for you. But it's kind of it's kind of strange. So William is saying, how many monitors do you have, Poe? Okay, so what William is saying, did you minimize it on the monitor that you have? Well, you probably have. I'll call it your main monitor. Okay, you call it wherever your toolbar is. Is that where you want it to pop up and then minimize, or is it on another monitor? Okay, so when you click on the icon, okay, when you click on price alerts from the trade ideas icon, and now it should be on. If it's not on your main monitor, for instance, if it were, so I've got three monitors. So let's just say it's on my other monitor right now. I would put it here and then do your price alert and minimize it and see if that works. Okay. I don't know where you started your price alert. Was it on the what you call your main monitor? So just create a real quick price alert on something you know, okay, so that you know it's going to probably trigger pretty soon, and then minimize it from your main monitor. Virtually never happens to me. We put another. Yeah, you're right about that also, Pepe. Yeah, I mean, in theory, you don't even need the price alert window to be open. I mean, it could be closed. I mean, I like to have it open, but it doesn't take any monitor space there. So that's how it popped up. This is what we're talking about. Anybody who's wondering, so Paul was saying that the price alert window. You see how it popped up when I had a price alert right on my main monitor. He's saying you couldn't find it, but I have. I mean, I always have it on this main monitor because that's. You know what I'll do. It is halted on the way down, yeah. So, yeah, awesome short from up here, guys, but, you first. Well, price alerts are, of course, it's a personal thing. When I say personal, I mean, if you, so let's just say for argument's sake, I'm looking at HKPD, and I said to myself, what if it takes out the VWAP later on, okay? Now, the VWAP is a changing number, I get it, but there's that purple line on my chart. So I say to myself, okay, why don't I put a price alert? I'm just using this as an example. I'll put a price alert around the VWAP area. Okay, so I'll start again. So I just move my pointer to the area I want. So I'm right at the VWAP area. I right click, create the price alert. Now, if it's not right, if it's not the price I want, I can obviously just type it in, and then I save it. And that's it. So now the price alert is on my screen. There's a blue line that appears, and it's at the bottom. There it is, right at the bottom. So if it hits at some point, during the day, it hits that price, it's gonna pop up on my screen. And then now it doesn't mean do I automatically just take the trade? No, but there was a reason, and sometimes I forget, I put these price alerts on and I just forget about them. But then I'll click on it and say, oh yeah, that's why I put it on. Do I want to take the trade now? So when I set them, of course, it's personal. I mean, when I say personal, it might be just a level that I want to see it get to. Okay, makes sense. And so you don't have to have this up and running. Well, I shouldn't say up and running, but I like to minimize it. That says you can actually close it down and it will pop up. But but the bottom line is you don't have to have it dominating your screen. You don't need. In fact, it's not the way to use it, in my opinion, because the idea is that you do want it to pop up when it happens, so you can't miss it. Otherwise, you're staring at it and wondering, did it hit? Did it hit? Did it hit? So much better to have it pop up. So minimize it, or I guess you can exit out. I just minimize it. How can we tell which indicators are on the chart? So yeah. So in this chart, okay, where it's not, I think just make it a little harder on you're using the browser charts, okay? In this chart, for instance, for me to see what indicators are on, I just have to look at the top here, and there's the SMA. Okay, there's my volume, but there's my SMA. Why do you say it a few times? That just darkened it. I did it a couple of times just to darken it. You don't see it up here. It is 2187. Let's find one that I do have the 200 day that you can see. There. So here's my 200 day moving average. Yeah, I added it twice so I can darken it up. So there's my 200 day. I can easily see it when I hover over that candle right up here. A little more difficult on the browser charts. You have to click on a candle, left click on it, and then the box pops up. Now it'll stay as you go from candle to candle to candle, and there you can see the VWAP. Okay, a little more, and you can see the open look. I just don't like that. I still wish it were up here a lot easier. I mean, if your chart is big, but I just find this dominates it too much. But if your chart is big, then it doesn't matter. Does that make sense? So you have to. Sometimes it's a little finicky. So you have to left click on the candle, and it popped up immediately. You can leave it there. When you leave, you can leave it there if you want. I just left clicked on any bar, any bar. If you're using candlestick charts, just left click on any bar or candle. Left click on it. So my pointer is right there. I'm right on it. Left click, and then it should pop up. You just have to hover over a candle or get on it and left click on your mouse. So I don't have to do that here because it's all up here. So if I got out of the browser based user browser, see it's all I see all my values are up here. But when you go to the browser version of the charts, then you've got to have this. You have to left click, and then to get rid of it, you just. So again, so you see what I'm doing. I'm just going to a bar. I'm at right on the bar. Left click. Maybe have to double left click, but you left click. And then if I don't want this anymore, I just go into a sort of a vacant area. of the chart, left click, and it disappears. But if you want to leave it there, that's fine. Then when you go to the next bar, another bar, all these values, of course, change. Okay. Are we good? And you're in the browser base. Now you might have to double left click. Let me just left click. No, I just had the left click. Sometimes it's sometimes it's sometimes it's finicky. Not right now for me. I mean, sometimes I've done this and let me get a browser interface chart here. So you can really see the can. Yeah, I have to get right on the candle, right on it. Left click. Guys, I've got to take off just for 1 minute, okay? A couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. So that, yeah, Yael, did that eventually work? It's maybe tricky. You just got to hover. You got to make sure you're on that, right on the candle or the bar. I'm just doing it on the daily chart, so it's a lot bigger. Yeah, unfortunately, the crosshair doesn't change. But I guess yeah, the crosshair does not change. It's not mine anyway, so you have to sort of eyeball it. Um, well, that's been around for a long time, and now I know you're okay. You're waiting for the latest beta, but I this that has been around. I think the browser-based version has been around for a long time, and that's the only way you can do it. You might have to double left click. I thought you had to double left click before, but now it's just one, and it's coming up very nicely for me now. I know it used to be kind of, I call it finicky. You do it and you think, well, come on. It's not coming up. It's not a chart. It should not be a chart setting. No, nothing. It should not be a chart setting. Well, let me see. But you don't have the, you don't have the, Pepe, it's not a chart setting, is it? Is it? I don't think it's a chart setting. And if it is, it should be the default chart setting. So it's not double clicking. It is not double left clicking. It is not. It's just single. Okay. See right there. See, I tried and it didn't come. Oh, of course, I'm not in the. Oh, I'm in. See, okay. There's an example. I clicked on it, did not come up. Maybe I was just slightly off. You see, you got to be right on it. So it's not a chart setting. Thank you, Pepe. But you've got to be right on it. And that might be the problem. You're not, I mean, that's why I don't, I mean, I don't know why the crosshair doesn't change or changes right to the crosshair when you knows you're right on it. But that's been around for a long time, Yael. It's nothing. And so it's not a matter you're being on a later version of Trade Ideas. See, that's how it's supposed to work. Price alert's supposed to work. Okay. See how it just pops up on my screen. Did you get it to work? Just, it's tricky. Yeah. Just to sort of get it right on. Because if you're a little bit off, it won't work. Now, on a candle, you see on a candle pad or a candlestick chart, should be easier because it's wider. Oh, it worked. Good. Okay. Wow, 11:56 already. Just give me a moment, guys. That really got me by surprise. Just give me a moment because Steve is going to take over for me in our YouTube room in a bit, about 4 minutes from now. So here is the link for YouTube. Okay, for those of you in the main room, you want to head over and listen to Steve. Fidelity is not there, Dak, but it. I'm pretty sure just run as administrator in both. Okay, guys. So I'll be on a break. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room. I'm going to. And Steve is the originator of the trades of the week, and also he's been really testing the money machine. So he'll have way more insight than I have regarding whether or not it is going to be released this week for our our premium customers, and in simulation mode only. Yeah, I think in the program on the program toolbar on the program. See if I can do this. No, 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 no. Yeah. So it's hard for me to show you. It won't move over, but you might have like trade ideas as how you enter trade ideas every day. I don't know, but if you right click on it, there's an option that says run as administrator. See, it's this, okay, this, and I right click on it and it says, and there's an option that says run as administrator, and you do the same for Fidelity. All right, I heard a little pop, so I'm assuming Steve is in our YouTube room right now. So guys, I'll see you in about 1 hour from now in the main room. So I'm muting myself right now. And I hope you can hear me, Steve. I heard a little pop, so I'm assuming you're in the room.
Yep, I'm here.
Yep. Okay.
Let's see here. Share
And you're
screen.
madly testing the money machine.
When I can, yeah, off and on. I can glance at it and go back to it, but I mean, every day there's a little bit more progress. And I don't know if you saw, but I'm happy to make an announcement here. I don't know
Talking
who can
about
hear me,
Sephora?
probably just the YouTube people, but in the marketing channel, Brad just dropped content for an email. Big news from Trade Ideas. We're partnering with Dilution Tracker, the industry leader in share structured data, to bring you the most accurate float and outstanding share metrics. Now fully integrated in Trade Ideas. It'll be coming out probably the end of the week, Brad said. So hopefully we all see a
Whoa.
big improvement. Brad has been working. We've been spinning, tap dancing, but it looks like a deal has finally been reached, for
Excellent.
better economic data. So by the end of the week, to be safe, look for it next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's the phrase? Good things come to those who wait.
Yes.
Something
Yeah.
to that effect.
Well, we're traders and we're supposed to be patient. So
Yeah. Well, that's great news. I'm going to pop into the other room and let them know that. Well, that's
yeah,
excellent news. Okay.
yeah. Tell them to look out for an email. It's coming. So they
Yeah.
didn't want to make any announcement until it was official, of course. So
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Thank you for that, Steve. That
Mhm.
that made my minute anyway.
Yeah, sure.
So, okay. Now you probably have a meeting to go to at 1
Yeah,
o'clock. So we'll try
Tuesdays,
to.
Thursdays. Yeah, I'm going to sneak out and play golf tomorrow, though. That's going to be nice at 12.
Well, you know what? If
So,
you wanted me back early because you were playing
no,
golf, I
no,
wouldn't have come
tomorrow.
back.
I'm not doing it.
No, I'm
I'm not.
kidding.
I'm not live tomorrow.
Okay.
But I am taking a couple
Okay.
hours off.
Have a
So,
great time
all
tomorrow,
right.
and we'll see you at about 5 to 12
All
or
right.
5 to 1 Eastern time.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Eating myself now.
He's gone. Poof. All right. Hello, everybody. It's my turn on Tuesday. Hello, Chris. Hello, Mike. Both of you guys talking about Nook. Maybe you guys were following that in Barry's room. I don't know. He must have been. Looks like a low floater, and it is 3 million shares. I'm always curious what they do, if they can tell us financial blockchain. Okay, interesting. So, hello, as people file in for the hour or 55 minutes that I'm taking over here, change gears a little bit. I'm a swing trader. But today I've been doing, a lot of day trades and halted. Yeah, I can tell it's been halted. Whew, that's crazy. But I want to clue in on a little theme that I've noticed today and dovetail into the positions I'm in. They're getting a little sloppy, but I've kind of noticed a theme for today anyway. And I took home UAVS yesterday. I've been watching this the drone stock. Some of you know I've been playing it. I also took home our Richtech robotics. And I've been just kind of watching these robotics, and more have been kind of popping on the screen. Now I'm going to back up a little bit more. We're going to look at the NASDAQ under the moving averages. NASDAQ has been difficult to trade. S&P 500, the broader markets, fighting but above its moving averages. But hey, as we speak, it's kind of squirting above the intraday stuff. However, the Russell 2000, the small caps, look at that daily. They are periscope up, popping out above all moving averages and holding strong from the move on Friday. Okay, what does that tell me? It tells me small caps. Well, small caps probably liked what they heard with the interest rate discussion. There's no point in trying to delve into that. I'm a chart reader, but I do try to understand the story. What I've noticed is there's some robotics and autonomous aerial and even autonomous driving. AVA is autonomous driving. I'm not in that. But these all have some big short floats. So I'm in UAVS. And then because it kind of opened strong and Richtech Robotics opened strong, I just kind of started looking around. And then I came over here to as I told you guys often, I don't religiously use a scanner, but when I have cash and I'm telling myself it's time to go shopping, well, right now, I'd hate to be short small caps and I'd hate to be in a short squeeze. And so let's see if AV, the EA, there it is right there. That's being squeezed. Open, we've seen open on the headlines lately. That's being squeezed. So we're in a short squeeze environment. So SRFM, I'm like, oh, what's this? I pulled this up and I said, oh, beauty. It's pulling back to its 10 SMA. What do these guys do? Oh, air? What's going on? Ah, electronic aviation. Great. How convenient, because Andy had shown me Joby just before I went live. And we both like the fact that it's pulled back for a month and found support here at its 50, little running out of the stops this morning. And it's putting up a fight here. What Joby, another electric aviation. So there's something going on with drones and autonomous vehicles and robotics. And with the small cap IWM Russell 2000 being the strongest, this is the perfect environment to try and really play on these things. So that's what I'm playing. I'm in all those things I just showed you. And then this one, I saved this one for last. Oh boy. Look at this thing. Well, I found it on here. And this is a really important thing I want to talk about. I didn't find this one in real time. What I did was I went back and I said, boy, there's an awful lot of short squeezes going on out there, just like I was discussing. So I turned the tree map off and I grabbed the short float and I sorted by short float. And I said, what are just some of the more egregious, insane short floats up here? And I went through a few names. So 2 days ago, I found this SOAR and it was down here. And I said, oh, look at this. And I put a price alert right about there in SOAR. So what's the lesson here? Doing homework on my own, I said, this is really interesting. I'm going to use a price alert. Now, if you're not using price alerts by right-clicking and setting price alerts, you're not taking full advantage as a trader or using the software correctly. Because what you're doing is you're giving yourself a future indication, future poke or notification. You're kicking your future self. Hey, this just triggered. You wanted to see this pullback level, or you wanted to see this breakout level. In this case, the breakout right here above 165 caught my attention. And so as it opened strong, I started accumulating right around 170, 172. So I'm basically flat right here about 172. But what I want to show you is, my God, there are 66% of what? Only 800,000. This is one of those goofy, weird stocks that sometimes you almost maybe like wish you'd have seen earlier, and maybe it's earlier. I don't know, but I've got a medium-sized position. It's a small cap. It is, strangely enough, an aviation company. And it's got some Honda jets and Gulfstream. So it's another aviation. So it's a lot going on with aviation and autonomous aviation, autonomous driving. These are the names I'm seeing that are coming through today. So that's kind of my method for today anyway. I might day trade some of these. I might hold some of these. Let's just see how they play out. So I'll go back and launch the tree map again. Oh, I don't want to sort on that. Let me go back. Very important point here. We had sorted by change from the close. There we go. That's how I want my tree map to sort. So we start at the top of this level, and then we can drill down and show the top performers as a tree map or a heat map. All right, you guys, that's what I'm up to. I'm not interested in playing anything like this. That's a little too nutty for me, but this is nutty enough, this SOAR. I'm going to just sit in this thing, and it got a little ahead of itself. This is the 5-day moving average. And when stocks get way up here away from the moving average, it's just, they need to kind of work some of that off. And I'm okay with that. But this is an interesting chart. It's the interesting sector, giant short float. And if this thing gets going and starts squeezing, then who knows what could happen. This thing could start halting, but I am not telling people to buy it. I'm just showing you what I'm doing. I'm also in DJT. I came in along this one, and once again, they're announcing some sort of crypto news, but maybe this time their crypto PR will hold. We'll see at the end of the day. Hello, Michael. Okay, let's take a look at Summit. Let's see the data on Summit and see if we've got a squeeze, because this is the environment for short squeezes, guys. Got squeezed on the open, 24%. 1 million is a rather large float. So it basically just worked off everything that it gapped up on. Did it gap up on news? And we're aware of the news issue. Some of Newser and some of these redirect, darn it, they're just, this looks like it got a nice little PR headline this morning. Don't click on these Newser, and there's another one that's a redirect. We're trying to get rid of those. I apologize. But I'm just going to hopefully sit in this thing and see if it can work for me as long as these autonomous vehicles and drone stocks are working. Rick Robotics, I think they got some PR news. Let me look at my news here. Packed with large retailer. So this is, I looked them up. This is a company that does like, your basic drink server, assembly, delivery for hospital, delivery for restaurants. You can program these things, and they've got AI, and it's just kind of the beginnings of the robotics movement. And it's my contention, the Tesla robots, their Optimus brand, they're going to be the best probably. And Elon says in about 5 years, they're going to be the price of a new car. A lot of people are going to have them. They're going to be walking around your house, doing your laundry, cleaning your toilets. No, I would not short Nuke, and I don't even know if you could get shares available. If you're like a moth to the flame that wants to play volatility like that, I'll tell you, the worst thing that could happen is you start doing it and it works, but it's just a matter of time before it doesn't. And then it doesn't work really, really quick. You can blow up your account playing extreme volatile things that go up and down and get halted like that, especially shorting something that's up that much. I mean, if you were in it early, God bless you, that was the move. But up here, once they're up 100% and things like this, it gets a little hard to try and dissect safe entries and exits, 106%. So I would stay away from trying to short these things unless you're experienced and you really know what you're doing. There's kind of a method to that, but this is so nasty. If you're a new trader, I would stay away from things that are this volatile. Yeah, Sound is extremely disappointing. Both Andy and I have been trying Sound. We just can't get it to go. It still might go. It's a very rounded base down here, so very solid base. That was one of the reasons it was picked for Trade of the Week. Technically, it hasn't triggered Trade of the Week. And then this is why we move to the intraday 15-minute look, and I show you guys why I am a disciple of the 5-day moving average. Sound tried to make a move on the open, and the 5-day moving average, which is nothing more than a 130 SMA, because on a 15-minute chart, 130 SMA is a perfect 5-day smoothed out line. Rather than putting it on here, it would look like that. So you can see why I use this and why people use this, quants and whatnot. This was the first area. And so if you were long this morning, Sound, I would be telling myself, great, this is a good start, but we have got to get through. And by get through, I mean close. Let's zoom in, and you can see that never really did that, did it? You get a wick and then we never had a definitive close with a candle or two, even better. And then it got thrown right back down under that line. Well, it's digging in again, and there's nothing to say that it can't. But if you're waiting for a trigger on Sound, I would say the first moment it can give you two closing candles above this declining 130, the 5-day moving average, that could be a very early warning signal or a tip that Sound might be ready to change its tune and the buyers might be gaining control. I didn't check the other ones for you. Let me do that. Upstart. Not bad. It's had its move. This was its day one move, day two. Now it's just kind of chopping around, but you don't want to lose sight of it. So here's a great example, guys, of how you would say, well, here's the daily. It's a little, got a cap on it right here. So if in the next day or two we draw a line, I create a price alert, which draws a line. We got 22% short the float. We can tell ourselves 22% short. Just to remind our future self, it's a short squeeze. Save, set it, and forget it. See, it corresponds over here. Now we can tighten it up a little bit. So if we trade back through that line, that's enough congestion, 2 or 3 days of congestion, which you would expect. This is exactly what I expect stocks that blow upwards to do, is to run out of steam at these major moving averages, work off sideways, and then give it a few days. And then round 2 is when you get the push. Let me check a couple more of your names. You got QS. What's that all about? It's under its 50-day moving average, under its 10, under its 20. It's definitely under pressure. But look how it recaptured here. It's 50, so you've got kind of a dual thing happening. Again, you could set an alert, and if that alert goes off and holds those levels, you might be back in play again. But it's kind of congested down here. I think you had one more. SEDG, yeah. Okay, so a nice daily chart. It's moving higher above all its moving averages. It's a foreign stock. Not too many gaps, but you're getting a perfect bull flag there. The solars have been interesting lately. They've been seeming to show up a lot lately. Oh, I also bought some EVGO. I don't want to remind you that I still bought some EVGO. I like the daily chart. This is a charging company, for vehicles, electronic vehicles, but it's not working. And I've already put a midday stop right down here under that green line. So, I'm not going to fall in love with anything. I like it. It's got 21% short. I believe I probably saw it on my short squeeze. So as I went shopping for a few things, just trying to find things that have big short floats, and if they don't work, I'll rip the Band-Aid off, and I define my loss ahead of time. All right, so good question, Mighty Mouse. Are you bullish on the market or bearish? I am cautious, but I am bullish on what I said earlier. If you missed it, the IWM finally broke out, and he's leading the way. The IWM is leading. Small caps are trying to lead, and that's a cool thing for me because I love to trade small caps. That's where some of your best percentage movers are. If we look at the NASDAQ, that's what was leading. It can't get out of its own way for the moment. So why am I cautious? Well, when we look at the bigger picture, we have had quite a move, and we're pretty overbought. I've looked at some statistical charts, and we're very much overbought, and we don't stay in the overbought range for very long before there's some sort of a reversion back down. And the definition to me of a parabolic, my dad noticed this once. He was one of the people that taught me to trade, but parabolic moves kind of have 1, 2, 3 angles. And it's that third angle that usually is the washout. So I feel like we're really close to an event that we need to be careful for. So with that said, I don't go home with a ton of risk every night. I'm much more into quick swing and day trading mode right now. And I like that because it gives me buying power the following day. But in the back of my mind, let's do the NASDAQ. It's even worse. Angle 1, angle 2, angle 3. The definition of something parabolic is usually the last of that third angle. You're not going to find that in a book anywhere. That's just something my dad and I observed. And so we're getting there. And so I'm cautious because of the fact, Mighty Mouse, that we're so overbought. So it doesn't mean you don't play. It just means you shorten up your time frame and you don't go home 100% long leveraged, because nothing's worse than being in an overbought market, waking up to a black swan, maybe something really bad happens. The market gaps down, and before you can even catch a breath, the market's down 8% in one day. That's no fun. So don't put yourself in a position to do that. And by that, I just mean stay nimble. As long as you can stay as nimble as possible and not take too much risk home overnight, over the weekends. And that's what I'm doing. And then to take it one step further, I'm really honed in right now on these autonomous vehicles, the electric vehicles. I'll go through them again here real quick. I'm in UAVS. Looking really nice on the intraday here. This is a real sweet setup. Look at that. I'd hate to be short. It's just looking for a reason to break above $2, 20% short. RR Robotics, staying in the robotics theme today. Bounced nicely off that 240. Strong day. Yesterday was day one. I was kind of hoping to get a second day. You can see these blue lines above. Those are literal sell orders that I have already in place. There's no point in setting an alert when I want to take a profit. You just set the limit sell and then you take the profit, because sometimes you don't get a second chance. And Max looking really good. Brian Shannon really likes this stock, so I'll give you that. No short flow to speak of, but it's a nice looking base pattern coming out of earnings. A great story to be made. It's a different news organization. People are looking for different news. Maybe, I don't know, but it's not a bad chart. I like it. Yes, I don't understand why the hell NMAX ran so crazy on its IPO and why it's down here now. Bull kind of did the same thing, but not as bad. On its IPO, it ran up pretty high, up here in the 70s, right? And now it's down here. Same kind of story as NMAX. At one time it was a high flyer. If Dev approached you to become a new trading indicator, what would be the most interesting to you? Well, since I don't, okay, well, I don't need any new indicators for me personally, because that is what you're seeing. Look at I was just, singing the praise of the 5-day moving average, which is a 130 SMA on my 15-minute. All I need to do is go, hey, look at this. It's a pivot level. It's support. It's overbought. Oh, it's support again. These are great guardrails for price action. You got to set up. So I don't want any new indicators, but what I will tell you is any new trader that comes towards me, I point them towards our trade wave. Indicators, trade wave. Because it gives us the buys and the sells, the things that a lot of new trader eyes, they don't really see that well. Go back to UAVS, some of the things I'm in. And UAVS had a buy tag yesterday afternoon on the 15-minute time frame. So that means if you follow trade wave, it's saying, hey, we just had a crossover of the moving average on this time frame. Take a shot. And we'll tell you with an S tag when it's time to get out. So in this case, SOAR is going to highs, or 15-minute. We got a lot of solid blue. That means there's a nice divergence between the fast and the slow moving average. The shape is really nice. We're just looking for a reason to break above 2. So, this is an indicator that if you're just learning right now, hey, RT, I'm talking to you. Hands down, this is the only indicator I would send to a new trader, because otherwise we're asking you to, okay, well, I want you to put an 8 SMA and a 13 EMA, and when they cross, you do that. No, all that work is done for you. All you have to do is look and say, hey, big, thick blue lines are good. If I'm in it, B tag. And then here's the hardest part. I'm a new trader. I don't know. What do I do? I'm up $300. That's a nice dinner from me and my wife, which I should sell. And then by the end of the day, it's up $1,000. And when you look at the chart, you had no reason to get out other than you were scared of losing the profit that you saw. So, you can put your P&L down, minimize it. I'm not looking at mine right now. But the beautiful part is the S tag will appear on the first 15-minute candle that crosses and says, nope, this particular strategy is now over. You as a new trader can be free to sell and feel that you got the best squeeze possible. Hello, Stacy. Welcome. Yeah, so speak up. I don't mind. I mean, if you are a new trader, this is your indicator, and you don't have to have Trade Ideas Premium to get it. We want everybody using it. Now, look at the beauty of that. I can go over here to my daily, and I can turn on Trade Wave. So if I'm a swing trader and I want to sit in longer trade positions, now notice nothing's coming in. Well, here's the trick. Just kind of grab it and then Control key and mouse wheel, if you don't know, is our zoom in and zoom out. And usually that kind of tickles the the buy and sell tags to come in. Now, interestingly enough, in this UAVS, I'm already long because I saw something I liked. I took a big risk down here at the 50. I've been riding this thing. But what if it just holds up really nicely today, and all of a sudden tomorrow on the daily chart, there's a B tag. I'll be feeling pretty good. I'm already in that. So the point is, we can move this to a 5-minute chart if you want to be a real fast trader. But you see buy, sell, but it starts to get a little speedy. 15-minute is my bread and butter for intraday swing trading. And everything's holding up. Everything's a go. Look, I lost my buy and sell tag, so I go ahead and zoom, and they come right back. Okay, how can I tell if stocks have lots of shorts? Actually, let me back up again. Silver thought. I am super bullish on silver, but I can't play it for the life of me. It doesn't trade very well. So I've kind of taken XRPI because I'm getting hammered in that one, but I own the token in crypto. And I'm done trading SLV because I own the coins in my safe. I just got to remind myself, this account is not to be trading silver and not to be trading crypto. So I put those on my shit list, so to speak, and everybody should have their own shit list because there are certain pitches that some of us can't hit. There are certain fairways that some of us golfers, they just don't line up well to, and you don't do well. So yeah, silver, I'm bullish, but I can't trade it. You just got to sit. Let me rephrase it. I am super bullish on the future of silver and gold, without a doubt. All right, let me back up because I was rambling. Trade wave, yep. How can you tell if a stock has lots of shorts? So it's called the short float. This one, HIMS, has 32% of 194 million certificates are held by short sellers. That's a pretty good chunk. Anything above 15% is considered pretty big. So look at this bizarre thing that I found this morning that I'm currently in. Do we have a buy tag on it? Oh, sweet. I got a buy tag from yesterday, but I'm late to the party. SOAR, they make airplanes and jets and stuff. Look at this. They've only apparently, unless our data is wrong, please, Jesus, don't let it be wrong. If that's the actual amount of shares, 848,000 shares is nothing. That is tiny, which means this is a speedboat. It can hop around quickly, very quickly if it gets going, because there's not a lot of waypoints to be traded. And then when you sprinkle the gasoline on that fire, that fact that this percentage of them may be short, you know why I'm sitting in this thing and not getting out? Because I feel like I'm early. And this could be one of those things where you look back and go, how the hell did I not see this? At least I've done that. And so this is one of the craziest setups I've ever seen. And the best part of it is, as I said today, drones, aircraft, autonomous vehicles, robotics, all of these businesses, sectors seem to be in play. Now, I don't know exactly what they do, but they're in aviation, in provisions of products for aircraft. Okay, well, that seems fine enough for me. Okay, sure. Hello, Chris. Hold on. I'm at the stage of learning. Thank you for your recommendations. You're welcome. How do you make a watch list in TI? Hello, Yi. There's the easiest way to do it. Let me show you. Is I take a top list here, T window, and then what we do is we go to the symbol list, and add existing list down here is one that's called My Liked. And so you find My Liked, and then you enable it, and I've checked it. Now, all of a sudden, I've configured the only symbols that are going to show up in here are going to be what's called My Liked symbols. How do I do that? Well, notice in my chart, I have selected the heart. By clicking the heart, I don't have a heart in Microsoft because I could care less about Microsoft. But if I wanted to add Microsoft, I would click that heart. And then once I've got my list, this is my wheelhouse. These are my favorite stocks. So I can see, I hope I'm in these. I'm in RR, thank God. I'm in DJT, thank God. If I'm looking for something to buy, these are my favorite stocks. Well, what's on sale down here? What's on sale? So I get the whole gamut of my favorite stocks I like to watch. Now, removing them from that list is a whole other story. It has to be done on the dashboard. I'm not going to do that at the moment. We can save that for another day, but I need to, gosh dang it, try to grab this. There we go. That's the most effective way to do it. Now, I've also done this thing here. I've got a high-low list. It's not a top list. It's a new high, 15-minute high, and 30-minute high plus lows. So it's kind of always telling me what my favorite stocks, again, are doing. A lot of these stocks that are in here are also in here. It's telling me XRPI is moving up, but I don't care. So I keep an eye on this as kind of a pulse. And then this is not my favorite stocks, but it's just what stocks amount are making new highs versus new lows. And it kind of gives me the pulse as well. So that's how you make the best watch list, Yale. Just create a new top list. You know, I can give you this one. The problem is you can open this as a linked cloud link. It's just not going to have your symbols or my symbols in there. It'll be the shell, but it could get you started and anybody else started that wants it. Okay, yeah, Yield. Zoom in and zoom out on the charts to get the tags. You're welcome, Stacy. Okay, hello, Chris. We'll evaluate HKPD. I'm probably going to turn TradeWave off because I know what I like, but I can't emphasize enough new traders to want to turn that on. Okay, why is it not turning off? There we go. There we go. Let's check in on my crazy stock, SOAR. Great name. All right, I'm feeling good about that. I'm not recommending anything, but this is this thing could get nutty. I don't know. So far, so good. RR made the turn. Okay. Richter Robotics. I came in long this one, and you see that blue line right there? Let me just double check. No, I don't have it. I need to put that in there. I'm going to put it in here at, see how I'm looking left at this candle? 282. So I'm going to put in an order right now to sell a third of that RR at 282. I'll do 280. I'll front run it. And it's only for a third. Okay, so now I'll take the price alert and I'll put it at 280 just to let me know I got a sell order there. Now I also have done the same thing in SOAR. How did that get turned back on? Since this one is also crazy, I've got an alert right there at that candle at 229, 230. So if this thing pops up quickly, I'll just be waiting, laying in wait for profit. All right, guys, let me catch up here on questions. SOAR's float is 5.5. Okay, that's still really good. I'll take that. It makes me actually feel a little better than 800K. And again, just as a PSA, we're going to have a new data source by Friday. This uncertainty by all of us that we've been kind of questioning lately should be ironed out by next week. And we'll probably have some better fundamental data. All right, Stacy, my plan is to utilize TradeWave as suggested in paper trade. That's a perfect plan. You're using two perfect tools. TradeWave gives you a roadmap and a methodology, method or methodology to follow. And simulation ensures that you learn without making any mistakes and losing money. Yes, I am in DJT. I came in long DJT. And I have just the perfect amount that I want to hold now. So if this closes stronger than it is today, you know, back up here around 1850 or whatever, this would be the first candle that planted its flag above the 50-day look. Denied, denied, denied. So the 50-day moving average is literally the reversal bogey here. If we can not trade above it and close below it, but trade above it, hold above it, and close strong and stay above it, then DJT may be turning the corner. And we've got some nice volume. They did have a PR announcement, but they had the same PR announcement back here. The crypto, nobody really cared. The sellers just kept selling into that. But now my price down here at 17, I'm just going to hold on to because I have an amount that doesn't bother me if it pulls back $1. So you just got a day trade. Let's see what Sound did. Did Sound recapture that 5-day moving average? I'm sorry, it didn't. It's holding. So you're going to lean on, and it looks like a safe kind of a play. If you look back here, there's a buyer holding this 12-10 level very solidly. And it only slipped below once and quickly popped back up. So what you're doing is you're just saying, hey, we're oversold. It's a high risk to reward, high reward to risk ratio, because if it pops, 13 is easily in your radar. But if it breaks and holds below 12, then you might want to get back out. And even 14 could be in the radar. So it's a high risk reward play. And more than likely, somebody else sees that, and there's a giant institution or an algo or something holding the price down, allowing some big, position to be filled slowly over the course of a few days. I see nothing wrong with that. I've tried it the last couple of days, but I keep getting frustrated and I get out. I get sick of looking at red on my screen. So RR is now doing the best in my portfolio here today, which is good. Zoom in a little bit. Evgo's doing the worst, but I've got a stop in on that, so I don't even care. My stop is right about, let's see, where's my stop? 91. I'll put an alert in there just to let me know it got stopped out. All right, I see some more questions. You're welcome, Michael. Thank you. Again, great plan, Stacy. Just keep showing up to these things, and your learning curve will be tremendously shortened by using TradeWave and the simulator. Okay, I see light. We're going to talk about light. Light, bright. Oh, very strong trend. Optical. BBAI is another one that just won't get going. It's like Sound. I think BBAI, I'm just going to set an alert down here. It's probably going to test everybody's resolve at the 200-day moving average. And maybe I'll revisit that. So future self is being prodded by my current self. I think we're caught up. I think we're good, hopefully. So what's the market doing? All right, decent. All right, so what I have not done yet is play with TradeWave. So let's go ahead and turn on Money Machine. I'm sorry. So I've got Money Machine account 1. I want to go long. We're going to do volume pullbacks. What's volume pullbacks? Well, volume pullbacks is my strategy. Things that are at least up 1% from the close, $2 minimum. Relative volume has to be decent. Volume today. Here's the change, though. These are new lows. I'm sorry, not new lows. They just happen to be, the price just happens to be within the 10 SMA here, 0.25% below, 0.25% above. And the change in 3 days, at least up 3%. But here's something interesting. I found myself in a money machine that was up like 110%. Now, I don't want to be in anything I don't want to be buying pullbacks in something that's up 100%. So I brought that way down. And this is I'm talking to you, Stacy. This is the method behind simulation trading. You go, whoa, I don't want to be in one of those. So how can I mitigate that? So maybe I'll put a 60% max 5-day. Try to keep it open, but not crazy. 100%, things start getting squirrely. And then the float. I want to have a minimum float of a certain amount, because last thing I want to do is be in something that all of a sudden has 4 million shares, like in SOAR, and the spread is 40 cents wide. You're going to find real quick that that's no fun. Okay, so this is my strategy, and I'm calling it profile volume pullback. These are pullbacks on the volume, good volume, but they're only showing up at the 10 SMA. So I'm going to go ahead and save that and say, let's launch it. And here's the tree map associated with it. I don't want to see the tree map, so I'm going to close that. Here come the positions. Now, as they come in, I like to come in and look at them and say, okay, well, my stops I think are set for 1.5, but I'm going to make that stop even tighter. Okay. So here's where the human and machine really is going to be beneficial. For people who say, I just want to buy this and then turn my back, we say that this is not for you. Now, I look at this one. This is up a lot. I don't know if I like this one. I'm going to flat that one. Goodbye. This is just me. I'm deciding I don't want to be a part of that. So I have to highlight that one and click flatten. Gone. The next one, yeah, I'll stay with that. That's not bad. I'll stay with that. Now, one of the bugs we're working on, you see how this gets muddled like this? The new version is going to pop the margin out like that so we can manage these trades better. So there'll be a few new changes when it comes out for you guys to use on the sim version, and improvement for all of us here. Looks like one more came in. I'd like to see a nice pullback. These are all real shallow pullbacks. It's probably because it's midday. But again, you can come in and you can quickly maneuver these however you wish. We can look at this ARMN and we can click that little green target right there, and that will enable my target to come in eventually. Sometimes it takes a little bit of work. There it is. It's there. Just can't see it. It's way above. All right, so I'll minimize that and just kind of let that run. All right, I'll be here another 15 minutes or so. So let's see what's going on. So RR has taken the lead in my real portfolio, and we're about to take out yesterday's highs. I want to put an alert in there just to let me know when it takes out yesterday's highs. And in a perfect world, this small cap with 22% short the float will pop quickly into my waiting hands at $2.80 to sell 1/3. I might want to sell more. Okay, so RR just made a new high because my price alert came out. And sometimes with price alerts, what I'll do is I'll just take all the triggered ones, the green ones, and just get rid of them. And then go back to minimized. All right, everything else is kind of doing okay. No sweat. This is another one that I found earlier, that short squeeze, SRFM. Why do I have? There's something weird. I have an indicator in there that I don't want. What is that? What is that? I know I saw quick indicators. VWAP. I don't want VWAP. There we go. But that's a nice feature. Quick indicators. You can quickly hit a menu, and just the most commonly used ones, you can turn those on that way. Chewy. People love their animals. Has it got a good short float? Yeah, 7%, not much. It's working off that last move. Doesn't look bad. I mean, as long as it stays above this 5-day moving average area here, if it were to pull back, you want that to be support. All right, notice what just happened, guys. This purple line is going to be in your new versions coming out, and it's helping us look left. It's what Barry and I talk about, look left, but it's looking left for you. I'm going to disregard it. I probably could sell some right here, but it's just such a quick break through yesterday's high. I think there's going to be some more. But you know what? I'm going to take off a little bit right here just because I can. Why not? Just a token amount. All right, I sold just a token amount just because when that resistance line hits there, it's there for a reason. And I'll go ahead and use that for my advantage. Took about 10% off. But I really want to get it up to here, this blue line, where I can get another 30% off. How do I get percentage change off the chart? Oh, off the chart? You mean you don't want it up here? The only thing you can control is these chevrons here to turn that off. All of this up here is going to be the header. You're going to be stuck with that. If you don't want this down here, I think that can be turned off. Show indicator. No, I'm not sure. Maybe that has to be on. Change off the chart. It's on the chart itself. How do you get it off the chart? I'm not really sure if you're trying to get a percent from one area to another, what that percentage move is. I'm not sure. Maybe Pepe knows if that's what your question is. But maybe I'm still confused. Percentage change off the chart. Well, your areas of control are going to be these. It's under trade ticket. Okay. I see. So you have to click trade ticket to turn off that ticket if you want that off. Other controls are going to be here in these three dots. And then other controls are going to be in right-click properties. So those are going to be your options. Also, you've got some quick tools there. You got some quick tools down here for zooming and panning. All right, it's getting way above there. Well, this is a good one here. This little arrow. I'm like, whoa, where'd all my stuff go? Just reset back to normal default settings. And there we go. It's a nice clean view. So hopefully I can get a move up here, up to this blue purple line and really get that one going. Oh, UAVS is starting to go now for me as well. Good deal. There we go. Do I have an order to sell some of this? No, I don't. I'm going to need an order to sell. And this, look at that. Trade Ideas is giving me the level. So I'm going to sell some at, I just adjusted it. It was 206. I'm going to zoom in over here and look. Yeah, let's take some off right here. I'm just going to sell a couple right here. A couple thousand. And I'm going to do limit order at 7. All right, submitted limit order at 7 leaning on that Trade Ideas. Oh, maybe it should be 6, but I'll do 7. Third choice, chart setting. You found it? Oh, okay. I forgot to show you that one, didn't I? So, chart style or chart setting. I'm glad you found it. I'm still kind of confused, but where were you in? Okay, so I mentioned earlier that I didn't wait for any buy tags. I noticed that UAVS was not following the others like RCAT. You need to know the names of the players. UMAC. Especially ONDS was running away with the show. I'm like, why isn't my little, what's wrong with my UAVS? And so I watched it, and the minute it came down here and bounced off of the 50-day moving average, a lot of times stocks will do this. You know, they're just hell-bent on knocking on the door of a major key average, and then they can reverse. That's what I'm trying to do in Joby. Let's take a look at Joby. Trying to use this 50-day moving average in Joby. Same thing. So This was the early entry that I had in UAVS, and I've been sitting for 3 or 4 days. Now I'm getting my move. Now that I'm getting my move, I'm starting to plot my exits. I really think I can get it up to here to 219, the 200-day moving average. So I'm just going to set an alert there. And then Trade Ideas is also giving me a new resistance point way up here. So these are now my two areas of interest. 218. I'll go ahead and sell some now at 218. I'll put the order in, I mean to say. Hang on a second here. All right, where are you? UAVS. I've got my order in at 07, so I'll sell some more at 218. I'll sell some more at 218. And then I'll let that sit. All right, the order is now in. All I have to do is just get on my knees and pray. Right, Barry?
Right on. Now, there's a couple of hidden things that we're, with the dilution tracker that, every now and then a stock does a reverse split and our provider does not pick up for it. So all of a sudden we see that the stock is up, looks like it's up like 10,000% when it really isn't. Well, dilution tracker usually has that reverse split the day of, just the float the day of. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, I actually think that they update the short float percent, not just twice a month. So, somebody
nice.
like you,
really nice.
So I think,
you don't have to count backwards. Yeah,
exactly.
Counting on your fingers.
So that was their business, to have that data really, really up to date. So I'm really, really happy.
Me too. I can't wait to see it. No worries, Pappy. We figured it out. Chris figured it out. The moving
indicator. Talking about the change in on
change.
The it's like 2.71% in 2+ hours. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that, but as long as he understands it now, we're good.
You just get rid of the display main chart change percent. You just uncheck that. And 3 dots, one of the.
And the 3 dots. Okay.
Yeah.
Display.
Just uncheck the display main chart.
Mine is unchecked, so I never even saw it in the first place.
Okay.
There you go. Funny. All right, one more. Let's see. No, one more. We got time. The moving average that I'm using here, my 15-minute chart, there's 2 of them. And look how they work together. All right, so the bigger one is the 130 period, which is a 5-day moving average. And in UAVS, it acted as support there and there. So it's a bigger area of interest. And then once the buyers and the momentum picks up, I switch to wanting the 10 SMA, which Barry has heard me talk ad nauseum about on my 15-minute chart, which as long as it's above that, now it tells me it's in momentum mode. And that's the mode we want to be in. So those are the 2 moving averages to answer the question. Did you see that other one I'm in? SOAR. See, it'll be nice to see our new data because we have SOAR at 800K, but I'm told it's at 5 million on the float.
Yeah, I checked dilution tracker, and that's what they've got it at. Still low, but not,
No, let's love 5 million. Actually better. I prefer 5 million than 800,000. Feel like I can get out easier if I had to. So, but 66%, if that's in fact real, that's pretty egregious.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to see. So hopefully maybe by Friday or next week.
Yeah. And I haven't really done much in the money machine. A couple trades working. And I like the way it's kind of going slow for me. It's not going too fast. I'm buying pullbacks and just using the chart adjustments are kind of nice. Nothing really special.
Jump on OCG. Sorry.
One of the things that Dan and Brad are working on are going to be kind of like a, lifeguard, heavy current, nice current, slow market, fast market to kind of help our presets. Like maybe your aggressive presets you want to simulate at 5,000 shares per trade. But if it's a choppy or a slower volatile market, you want to downshift into maybe 1,000 shares. So there's all sorts of, different templates that would be created for different market environments. Of course, long, short, quiet market, volatile market, etc. All right, RR is really moving for me. I am close, I think. How close am I? I am waiting at 280. So I've got some to sell at 280. I'm still a bit away. I'm being greedy. Sometimes you got to be greedy. What is the difference between Money Machine and AI Auto? Big difference. The AI Auto, there's no such thing basically because there's just too many people trying to chase the same amount of stocks. That's it in a nutshell. So just consider the AI as another scan that you can trade off of manually. However, using the Brokerage Plus and the Money Machine, we are now able to configure for what we want to trade, not what the AI serves to us. And even if you and I had the same setting, and I shared that setting with you, I just sold some UAVS. Nice. Yeah, 207. If we had the same settings and I started my setting 15 minutes before you running the same setting, we're going to have two different handfuls of stocks, which is another good thing when you think about the crowd, trying to chase things that are working. You can't have everybody chasing the same thing. And that's really the major difference between the 2.0 and the 1.0. I can't stand looking at RR moving this much. I'm going to take off just a little bit and still leave my limit order up there for 10 cents higher. Take a little off. That's when you want to be selling, is when it's going in your direction. Sell when you can. When you have what they want and they're standing on each other to get and buy above, that's when you want to be selling. Not when it rolls over and turns red and everybody notices that it's over and you're trying to compete at the same time. This is what's called being contrarian. You'll see the strategies in Money Machine by default. They're going to be, probably 4 or 5. Mine in here might be one of them, the one that you're seeing. I'm in that group to kind of help them configure some ideas. But all right, Barry, if you're still around, I got to probably take
a break. I'm here.
All right. Sounds good.
Now don't delete it. Don't delete it.
I'm not going to delete it, but I'll be back on Thursday.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
Leave studio. Okay. Leave studio. Bye.
All right. I think I'm back in YouTube. No problem today. Back in the main room. Get rid of my announcement. Just give me a moment, guys. And last, get my music going. That means I don't think there's too much leaf blowing, but the mowers are going strongly. So yeah, I just wanted to reiterate. So we're finally going to hook up with Dilution Tracker. Okay, so we think Dilution Tracker is bang on when they have the float and their short float percent, things like that. So no, I mean, if somebody goes to another website and say, hey, how come on Yahoo it says, I don't care. We've been using Dilution Tracker sort of our backup for a long time. Backup meaning when we look at a float that our provider currently provides us and we think, that looks out of whack. And we've been going to Dilution Tracker. No longer. We'll be taking Dilution Tracker's data. So I'm really happy about that. The other thing I was mentioning to Steve, every now and then, in the morning, you see some stock that looks like it's up 10,000%, and our provider has not taken account of a reverse split. And so, but Dilution Tracker always seems to have that done, so we won't have that issue. I'm also hoping that the short float percent, which normally gets updated every 2 days or every twice a week, I think that's going to be more accurate. I think it gets updated a lot more for them, and that's because that's their business. So anyway, that's Dilution Tracker. Looks like by the end of the week, and if not the end of the week, next week, we've signed a contract with them. So there's that. All right. Well, that's I'll mute myself if it's too much of a distraction, but they're literally right outside my window now, so won't last long. All right, I am going to. Well, you will auto trade. You will auto trade. I'm talking to Ali in our YouTube room. You will auto trade the money machine. You will. That's what the money machine is all about. That I don't know, Mike. That I don't know. It's a good question because I don't know what they do. It's possible we'll still have another source for that, but I don't know. I'm just happy we're going to get the low floaters covered. But Ali in our YouTube room, that's the whole idea of the money machine. It will certainly take the trade for you. Now you could manage the exit if you want. Okay. I think you might have misunderstood what Steve was saying. It's the AI, our old, well, we still have it. That you're not able to auto trade, but the money machine is designed to auto trade. And for that, of course, you'll need either Alpaca, E-Trade. I'd be a little bit suspect because you're going to have to pay a commission, and I think to pay commissions, depending on how many trades you'd be taking a day, it's not the ideal thing. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Hopefully this week we give the access to all our premium subscribers in the simulator to try out the money machine. As far as I know, yes, it'll always have 3 stocks at a time. Now, I'm assuming you can override the money machine so that if you see something that you think, like, I'm not sure. I mean, when you guys practice with it, anybody with a premium service, I'm talking to Ali in our YouTube room. Okay. I'll get to your question in a moment there, Paul. But because if a trade is still working, you still want to be in the trade. Well, first of all, you probably go into your account and you don't have to get out of it. But so you could in theory have 4 because if it wants to exit that one, but you want to keep in it, there's got to be a way. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. That's what I figured. There's got to be a way in which if you really thought, well, I don't want to get out of this one, even though it's telling me to, some algo is kicked in, some trailing stop is kicked in. I don't want to get out of it. You should be, as Pepe says, you can set it so you're not out, but another stock would come in. And you can appreciate that is probably the most difficult thing that they've had to figure out with the money machine, how to get out of trades. So how do you get the money machine? Paul in our YouTube room, in the main room. Well, okay, in the simulation basis, you'd have to have our premium service, okay? So I've been told that maybe this week, hopefully this week, our premium members will have access to the money machine in simulation basis. After that, there is a waiting list, and I think it's, originally there were 100 people who signed up who were willing to pay once it was released so you could trade your account. They were willing to pay $2,000. I don't know what the status of that is right now, to be honest. I mean, somebody said it might have been up to 200 now, 200 people. We'll just have to wait. But the first thing is for people to practice using it in a simulation mode. And hopefully this week you'll be given that opportunity. But you have to be a premium subscriber. And going forward, if you wanted to attach to your account and actually trade it, assuming that you're part of the first group, you definitely have to be a premium subscriber because you need to be using Brokerage Plus, which is and auto trading. You'll be auto trading it. At least you'll be auto trading the entries. You can manage the exits on your own. if you want to. Yeah, so that's the thing. So yeah, stay tuned, I guess, Ali. I mean, I don't know. Dan will be in our YouTube room. Well, then you'll have access to it in simulation mode. Okay, when it comes out in simulation mode. Dan will be in our should be tomorrow in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1, and I'm sure he'll shed a lot more light. Ask him those questions. What is the list? Is it still the first 100 at 2000, and then the next like what is going to happen? You can just literally ask him. Because remember, a lot of those people signed up last July or August. They may not, they may have don't care anymore, or they may be gone. I mean, I don't know. They didn't have to pay. Nobody paid up front. Nobody paid up front. It was just in order to get onto the list. And getting onto the list did not commit you to paying 2000. It was going to give you the opportunity once it was released to get it for 2000. Good question, Rick. Is there a guarantee to make money with a money machine? No. Well, you don't have to don't go to YouTube now. It'll be tomorrow, okay? But if you're talking about wanting to store the link, okay, I'll give it to you. Don't go now though. I mean, there's nobody. I'm in the YouTube room now. Also, it's just what happens between 12 and 1 Monday to Friday. Somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room, and on Wednesdays it has been the CEO of Trade Ideas. Okay, so don't go now. But if you just want to save the link, here it is, and that'll be for tomorrow. Okay. And he starts a new stream, so you can't go into my stream like the one I'm he starts his own stream. Okay, guys. Now, one of the nice things about this the race, it's reminding me of some of the ones that really moving at the beginning of the day, and they may be resting now. So I don't even have to put a price alert. I don't have to have it thumbnailed on a chart. I can just click on these and see what they're doing. I mean, so here's Assist. It won 3 races earlier. It's kind of resting. It's over the View app. What's the float is 6.61 million. It could get going later. Later could be next minute. It could be the next hour. Sometime in the afternoon. Get some volume coming in. Thing to do, of course, is to check a monthly chart at least, or a weekly chart at least. Here's the monthly chart. So let's take a look at a weekly chart. Where could this go? Yeah, I mean, this has got some room to $7. We're at 575 right now. And again, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to get there, but at least that is you don't have to worry as much about chart resistance when you see, a potential gap like that. So yeah, now you can put your price alert. I put it around 587 to see, as it maybe gets closer to 6. There's a new one, guys. I haven't seen this one all day. AIXI. So yeah, steady little move here. Next high looking left. Too close. Okay. That's what I look at way I look at things anyway. So the next high in the weekly chart is 186. That's only a dime away. So it's too close for me. I mean, doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but that's how I look at things. If the next high had been maybe up here at 230, I'd be way more inclined to really take a look at it. Okay, guys, I'm going to try to run. I want to see what the effect is on my machine. Okay, I want to. These are large cap gainers from the start of the race. So NUKK, yeah, I mean, to me, it's in no man's land right now. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. That orange cloud is still there. Well, Domo actually, yeah, looked pretty. It looks pretty good on the reentry. 1627 was the reentry. It's above the VWAP now. Matthias, and the reentry was at 1246, so not that long ago. So you could have waited for all this slop, to take care of itself, and then wait for the reentry. You don't always get a reentry. I mean, and this is what we're talking about. So if you have our AI, this is a premium service. We've got three reentries here. This one I don't think has really budged, the CCLD. This one, I know it's 5232 now, and the reentry was 5301, but it actually did have a nice move from 5301. Because it got up to I don't know, 54 or so. Not a bad move. And then there's the Domo, 1627. I mean, is it a huge move? No. Okay, I'm getting rid of this. I'm hearing my machine whir a bit. So I think it's one race max for me. Who was it yesterday? Was it you, Rich, that says you have, or Rick, that has a gaming computer, and two races seem to really tax your system? Was that you? Somebody said that. Yeah. And you've got a fairly new computer, a gaming computer, so you got in theory, plenty of power. The races really do, but I think one race it seems to be my limit. Ooh, orchestra, no, orchestra, biomed. So orchestra, I'm thinking an orchestral. Orchestra, biomed, and Medtronic collaboration advances, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the news on this one. Left on that weekly chart, a lot of room. See if I can see that on the daily chart. Right. A good question. Where did I see it? I think it was in the race. That's the problem. If it's disappeared, I think it was in the race. I just looked at. I don't see it here. I don't see it here. So it must have been. It must have been in the race. It's disappeared now, though. But so what that means is since the race started, there it is. Yeah, it was right here. The bio, right there. I find myself just being drawn to all these all day long now, guys, instead of any of my alerts, my real-time alerts from my scans. Real cheapy, guys, the IVVD. Ray halted on the way down. Guys, this one, look how much this is basing, ALLR. Look how much it's basing just around the 2 level and at the VWAP. The VWAP is 194. This is one that we have to watch. Okay, you get some volume coming in, and the high of the day is not that far away, but maybe I think you got to put an alert around 222. Why? Look at the weekly chart. I think that was the monthly chart. Yeah, right there, right there. I think that was a high of a week also. So yeah, I mean, I know you're giving up a little, but look at the room it's got. If it want, and it had some room, or had some news. Okay, so this could be just a big rest, for the last 3 hours or so. And as long as it's over the VWAP, it's over 2, and get some volume coming in, this could go on a late day run. You will not see the S&B until you get the new version. Yeah, yeah. In fact, you don't even if you had it. Yeah, I'm on a development version, so nobody has it. At least I don't think so. Even if you're on the latest beta, I don't think. I think Steve was a little incorrect. I think he was saying that's the next high looking left on the daily. I don't think it is. I think we looked, and there's other math involved. What are you talking about? I don't get the flags at the bottom. I do. You're talking about the. I do. I don't have them on all my charts. I just have one chart using. They're right there. I just don't have them on my daily or my daily and my 15. I'll go back to. I just sometimes the browser interface can cause a little bit of a problem. Oh, you don't get. Okay, are you talking about you don't get or I don't get or again those are the little dots. If you can see the dots, this is this is the alerts on the chart. I'm going to say okay. See they disappear. So the little dot display alerts on the chart, and now you get them again. If that's what you mean. Boy, this is really interesting to me, guys. This ALLR. Good news, FDA grants fast track designation. So that was the news. That's why it's up 109%. So, not crazy low, but it's a low float. But look how what it's doing, just kind of hanging around this area over the VWAP, just around the 2 area. We need some volume. We need some volume to burst it through. Oh, well, you may have different flags. I mean, it depends on the time, Rick, I suppose, when you loaded it. It depends on on when you click on the alert. These are pretty random, okay? Yeah, I mean, you just I'll create the price alert right here. Oh, so right click, create the price alert. Here's your little box pop up. If I like the price that I've decided on, I say save. Now it should be, if you check your price alerts window, it should be right at the bottom, right at the very bottom. And then when you minimize, or I guess exit it, I mean, it should pop up if it hits. I don't understand. The issue is still Windows still popping up or not popping up? Still not popping up? And yet, hmm. Well, it isn't. It is because there's no, without it popping up, you're not gonna know. Now, here's something you can do. Okay, I mean, did you put a sound alert on it? Just out of curiosity, did you put a sound alert? Okay, so at least you know what the sound is, right? Okay, you can hear it. Yeah, but the problem is you don't know what you don't know what to click on. Yeah, that is very strange. Is this the first time that's happened to you, or is this the first time you've been actually trying to use our sound alerts? As Pepe is saying, you may need to reinstall Trade Ideas. Not a big deal, but speaking of which, okay, so see how it popped up on my screen. Now, you you should sort on the trigger time column, so you'll see it right at the top. You just don't want to see it get stuck between this price and that 220 price again. It's been, here's a stock that went up to 226 and then down to 176. I mean, that's a big drop, in my opinion, on a percentage basis. So, it's been, this is an active stock, guys. It's a VCTX. You can see what happened yesterday. Uh, still, still pretty strong today. Took out the high of yesterday, quite a bit above it. Well, obviously, it's got a ton of room on the probably the weekly and the monthly. Yeah, look at that. Wow. I mean, look at all the room it's got. $20. I don't think it's going to get there. Now, this just another announcement. That's the publication of the mechanism of action, et cetera, et cetera. So this is news from this morning. Not this one right here, but right here, 7:30, 6:30, 6:03. Actually, a 1 for 10. They announced a 1 for 10. So when is that due? Effective August 20. Well, that was yesterday. Okay, so that's done. So the reverse split is done. And then they come out with this news. William, that seems like a lot of money for you. $1.59. I know SDZ is an expensive stock, but okay, guys. While I wait on the ALLR to see if it really is going to have a late day run, going to go over my homepage one last time. So I think an email went out. I think just give me a moment. I just want to check my emails because I'm pretty sure the promo starts tomorrow, but I just want to check the date. Okay. Yes. So August 27th to September 3rd. Okay. So don't take out a subscription today. Okay. I'll just show you though. Save my link. Save my link. Because tomorrow this will be 22% for. Okay. So we have four types of subscriptions. Okay. We've got two monthly and two premium, or yeah, two annual. So for three of them, the two monthlies and the annual standard, you'll get 22% off. If you wanted the annual premium, you can get 28% off. So they're not ready yet. So don't do that. Save my link. And if you did want to take out a subscription, do it tomorrow. Here is the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right there. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't know if Steve talked about the trade of the week. He was in our YouTube room. He's the originator of them. And if you don't feel you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Next step, you click on my homepage link. Next step, go to the education, more info on the education section. Scroll down, getting started with trade ideas. First thing you must do if you do take out a subscription. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about it, I would start with the second one. Very short videos that probably give you an idea about whether or not it's the right program for you. Okay. Back to basics if you're new to trading. Whole series of free videos. If you are new to trading, this is designed for you. Last, if you're looking for my scan, so you've clicked on my homepage link. Also, saving my homepage, if you always want to come into the trading room, the main room, here's the link for it. So you save my homepage, click on it, and then here's how you get into the room every day. I have to do the same thing. Here are my scans. The change in 5 minutes. So that's the most. I know I keep saying I got to get him to change it, but I mean, most of the time it is positive numbers, but when it's a negative number, it means there's a stock that's still pretty strong, but it's pulling back when you see a negative number here. And if you want the 2-minute version of it, there it is. This is the 5-minute version. There's the large caps. If you want, I can show you how you can take this one and just turn it into a large cap version. Here is the race, guys. The biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, right here, automatically creating a watch list for you. Follow all day long. Halts resumes is down here. Single stock window is right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. My momentum scan that I used to display, but it is on another monitor, but you can have it. And the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. And then the Pepe combo scan is right here, right there. So a lot. It looks like I have a lot going on, and I probably have about two more than I need that I would like. When I say two more windows that I would like, but some of them don't give me very many alerts. Okay, I mean that's it for the day for the combo scan. Even the gap continuation or reversal scan. This is it. Okay, this is the don't repeat version. This is showing me the first time. So not too many different stocks. I guess is my point. Even the momentum scan, not too many different stocks all day. You've been talking about B8 BENF. Is that sub $1? Is that why I'm not seeing it? Yeah, that's why I'm not seeing it. Well, on the weekly chart, it got right to that high on the weekly chart, 63 cents. Don't be so sure about the ALLR. I mean, I'm not anticipating anything. I'm not going to buy it now, anticipating it's going to take out that 220 level. But the fact that it had some news, surprising it didn't. Oh, there it won 5 races. I mean, look at the volume. Only 300. Even right now, guys, 341 million shares have traded. That's 1,200, and even now, that is still an astonishing relative volume. We usually see numbers like that at the beginning of the day. Some stock has a huge volume pop at the beginning of the day because remember, this is time of day sensitive. But you can see right there, I mean, it's dwarfing everything else. So, I mean, it may be over, but with that volume, even this one may not be completely over. I mean, it's had a little 5% move, the HKPD, but, I mean, to me, it's not like the ALLR that is kind of still hanging around an interesting area. This is really, really faded. Oh, okay, I see now. So that's how we're handling the higher floats then. Because dilution tracker doesn't usually, for instance, if I go to dilution tracker right now, again, this will be if I go to tracker right now, and I type in Microsoft as an example, okay, it's not going to tell me anything. It's not going to tell me the float. They were really dilution made because it's not. I mean, this is what they cut their teeth on. Low floats. So we'll be using FactSet for the which has been okay for the higher floats. So it'll be a combination. So I guess there must be a script reading that it'll go to dilution tracker first, and if there's no value, then it goes right to FactSet. I guess. Maybe you can tell me how that would work, Pepe. Unless it looks at them both at the same time, and I don't know. I don't know how that works. And it'll always, if there's a number for dilution tracker, it'll take it. If not, it'll take FactSet. I don't know how that's going to work. But to be honest, it's not as important to know what the float of Apple is or Microsoft is, in my opinion, anyway. Not for this type of stuff that we do. Where we're looking at the ones that are really moving, and usually it's because they have a low float. Yeah, but for instance, here up, it's showing up on my large cap percent changes in 5 minutes. It shouldn't be. The float is not 559 million. It is more like 80 million. So this would not show up here. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:36, so sometime between 2 and 2:30, I will take off unless there are questions. I'll always stay later if there are questions. So, if you have any questions right now, a good time. Yeah, that's I'm sort of thinking that myself. If dilution track, so it has to look at both of them. If there's no value, no, and it goes immediately to FactSet. I'm not saying nothing will slip through the cracks, especially maybe the higher float ones. But as I say, I'd rather. And I also want to see. I do want to see their short float percent. Well, we're not going to be able to see that then as a comparison because I think that their short float percent is also more up to date. We're not wrong in it. It's just that it only gets updated sort of as an industry wide. It usually gets updated every twice a month. I think they update it. I don't want to say every day, but certainly more than twice a month. I think, and that's good for Steve because he's all about that short flow percent. He's got some scans, just designed for short with a minimum short flow percent. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down. Here's that Obio again. I mean, this could go on a bit of a late day run. Almost 5 times normal volume. Doesn't trade. It trades options. Two contracts today. Yeah, that's only 2 contracts today. Not that that matters, but we typically 157. We don't put competitive charts. Okay, in here. I almost took this OCG. It got up here. It had broken through. It had broken through some number that I liked. Yeah, four. It had broken through four, and then it just almost as I was going to take this trade, it just dropped. Okay, pretty lucky there. That was showing up in this race, you see, and it actually has won 3 races. So I don't see any news on this. This was from the 22nd. Receives additional Nasdaq listing determination. I mean, they've got to get that price over $1 somehow. Either through another reverse split or somehow pump the heck out of this to get it over $1. Is anybody trading MSTR? I'm sure somebody is, but I haven't seen anybody mention it today. Pretty boring, 0.66% right now anyway. Broke down through the 200-day moving average 2 days ago. William, I'm not sure. You probably already put it out there, but what time today? If any time after I leave? 3:55ish. Okay. Any interesting? Probably not, but any interesting? When is Nvidia? It was Nvidia. Oh, tomorrow. Nvidia is tomorrow. Wow. Nvidia is tomorrow, guys, releasing earnings after the market closes tomorrow. So I'm sure you're going to hang around for that. Definitely an outlier, isn't it? I mean, you would think this would be in with all the other big guys. When you say the dilution, Bambino, are you talking to me, Barry, or the Barry with a Y? I know nothing. Well, I know what it is, but I don't follow it. So when you say you're thinking about the dilution, why did they do a financing a little while ago, or yeah, I don't follow that closely, Bambino, so I don't know what how much money they've been raising in the past. Snow and what is it? CrowdStrike. I want to say CrowdWorks. CrowdStrike. Yeah, those are two big ones. Well, interesting. Ahead of earnings. Haven't really. Wow, you talk about a slow day. Look at the SPY is up 50 cents. The Dow is up $5.30, and the Qs are up 40 cents. That's it. So, guys, just so you know, I think the weakest month historically for all the major exchanges is September. Doesn't mean no volume. It just means that's the weakest month in terms of percentage performance. Thank you. Yes. Historically, I'm just looking at November is a good month for all. But yeah, September. I always used to think that, wow, September, everybody's on vacation, all the brokers are coming back, they're eager, keen, etc. But no, September, no, it doesn't mean this September is going to be, I'm not saying we're going to see a 10% drop, but September historically, performance wise, thank you, Barry, has been the weakest month historically. Let me see. I'll put up a weekly chart and a daily chart. I can't remember. What? I didn't duplicate it. Sorry. Just give me a moment. Nope. I just drew a line. You're talking about like a line like this, horizontal. Oh, yeah, it did. I actually I thought it did, but it took a while. So yes, the answer is yes. Okay. If you're talking about like a, putting a line on the chart, it will using in the property. Sorry, in the markup horizontal line. Okay. So it does show up on all the time frames, assuming your chart has it. I mean, obviously 417 doesn't seem to show up intraday. But definitely shows up on the daily and the weekly and the monthly. Ah, you know what it is? Again, it's our watch this. If I get rid of the browser, I mean, this is because I thought it would show up on everywhere, but let me see if I'm right. Certainly not. Yeah. So they do show up. So if you drew it intraday, it will show up on the daily and weekly, but only if you're using the our legacy charts, not the browser based charts. Boy, there's a lot of little nuances. Without their browser interface. Yeah. It's that browser. I mean, there's aspects of it that I like. You know, you have to have the browser interface. And eventually this will be our only chart, I'm assuming. but they've got to just fix all these little quirks about it. So what you're talking about now, I understand. Yeah, you get rid of the browser interface, and then your crosshairs show up. Okay, guys. Well, listen, if I don't get too many more questions, I'm going to take off right around 2. So a couple things I can do. Steve is in this one. RR. He is in this one. He took some profit. I was listening to him, and when he was in the YouTube room, I think he took some profit right around here. He's into these robotics. Boy, OPAD's picking up steam on the way down now, guys. OPAD picking up steam on the way down. Now, um, hmm, if you guys want to run losers, of course, you can do that too. Biggest losers from the start of the race. I wouldn't do it for these small caps like these. I would do it. So if somebody's interested, I think I still have something here. Biggest losers. So here's the biggest large cap losers. I wouldn't do it with these small ones, okay? Because I mean, the idea is maybe to short these, but these are pretty cheap, low float type stocks. Usually, I wouldn't recommend necessarily trying to look at a short on this, but here you have some large cap losers. I wish I could run two. I wish I could run two races. Anyway, if you want it, I can give it to you. Boy, look at that OCG. It's really ripping here now, guys. A little 7% move from the beginning of the race. Let's see. I mean, browser mode. The reason for browser mode, of course, is that it's way smoother. At least that was when Browser mode started. You'd see the moves very smooth. But let's see. Maybe that doesn't matter anymore because I wouldn't mind having a short one. See how that moves up. Well, let's see. I don't know why why the font decreases like this, but yeah, you see how I remember this is how it worked at the beginning. So it's more like a race, when you think about it, it's more like a race. You see this move here, so it's leading as opposed to moving to the top. It's more like keeping in their lane. Boy, that's a super improvement though, isn't it? I mean, the way it is now, the way it just sort of flows to the top. Though again, as I said, this is more like a keep in your lane type race. Pepe, this is bad, isn't it? I mean, that should be checked. Show top 10 winners. It should be checked, not just showing. It should show that you checked it. I know it's a sort of a toggle on and off. Boy, I remember this when it first started. Yeah, I agree. It should be checked by default. But it doesn't appear to be taxing my machine so much. So here's my experiment. I'll put back the browser on this. Well, what was a nice short was that KDP guys. Okay, well, it is a winner. Okay, now let's do this. Use browser interface. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, D. HCWB. Well, it's close. It is. This could. You never know. I mean, this could. It's already been on a decent run. It's still 6 cents under. Excuse me, 6 cents under yesterday's close. There is the close right there. I think this is one of the slowest days in terms of the change in the SPY, the Dow, and the Qs that we've had in a long time. I think. Now, granted, it's only 2 o'clock, but so 2 more hours. But that is just you look at that, just hardly anything has moved. Now, it doesn't mean it was here. Well, the Dow just jumped down too, but you know what I mean. I mean, it's just really, really nothing happening. You know, Pepe, the other thing is that my top list, it's not, I mean, it's not huge here. I think I have it at 100 max. I wonder if that has something to do with it also. I think I have 100 max here, but I think there are a lot more. But let me just see. Thing is, there are not 100 stocks in here, where there's definitely 100 stocks in this one. Whoa. It did not like when I opened that top list. Because it's got to go through everything in the top list to examine it. Hmm. Like maybe make this one 50. I don't mind having that one, but I don't think I can't do it here. I don't think I can. No, there's no way I can do it in here. See, the thing is, well, I'll limit it to 50. Let's see. Problem is, it doesn't affect this, so I'll just launch the race again, I guess. I can't do it in here, can I? I make that change. I have to launch a race from here, I believe. Now, I was hoping somehow I could do it in there. And I get these crazy little fonts again. And I know why they put that. Why am I getting this happens every now and then. I get this stupid little font. There's no way to adjust it here that I'm aware of. But that might be something I'll try tomorrow. Yeah, I'll keep this one. I hope the font gets bigger, but reduce it to 50. Yellow E means earnings at JW. Okay. So if you're talking about like right here, you're seeing this, that means it was an earnings spike, just as an example. Okay. On the chart. So anytime you see a big yellow E, when you say close it and open it again, you mean, oh, like this? I think you're right. Yes, you are right. I remember now. Thank you. I remember now. Thank you. Well, let's see if I can run this tomorrow. Oh, I don't think anything about it. I hope to come up with good earnings helps the market, but other than that, I have no special insight about what Nvidia is going to release tomorrow. What is the implicit? What's it called? The implicit volatility. The option. What is it? Is it 6% for Nvidia tomorrow? I could always reduce this to 50. Also, I mean, still funny. The font is still a little bit less than this one, but or is that just because I've no? I wonder why it's still a little bit less. At least it's readable. So I guess, William, is this what you said? So for instance, if Nvidia moves down 6%, kind of, after they release earnings, I don't know, does it have to be an instant 6%? But if it moves down 6%, then you'd be looking at a bounce. Is that how you're doing it? And if it worked, if it moved up 6%, you'd be looking at a short. Because it's wonderful to know that it might move 6%, but the direction, if you can't know the direction. Ah, I see. Okay, so Nvidia might have more downside if it gets there. Okay. Hmm. The other thing I could do, Pepe, is reduce the number. I've always got 10, the top 10. I could make it the top five, maybe. I don't know. Only reason I have more is just in case something is sneaking up from the bottom here. But Now we got a big font. I'll run this tomorrow just to see. Okay, Katie, here's your food. Well, the issue is they can't see the percentages. All right, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I think I will take off. Okay. Again, I'll hang around if there are some questions. First, I want to thank everybody for all the help all day long. The room will open tomorrow. The main room will open tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern Time. I get on the mic at about 9. I will get. I will start a YouTube stream sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. Okay. For those of you who are in YouTube, if you want to hang around still and converse amongst other traders until about 4 o'clock, as I'll be leaving, but William will keep the room open till 3:55. He said ish. So here's my homepage link. Okay, there's my homepage link. I'm talking to those of you in YouTube. And if you click on it, and again, you want to come into the main room, so you click on it, scroll down a little bit, and here we are, the trading room. Okay. I'll keep the YouTube room open a little bit longer in case somebody wants to come over from YouTube into the main room. Some of you don't even know it exists. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So the first thing I'm going to do is end the YouTube stream. So bye, YouTubers.